Good morning and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for the first day of the LV County Championship game between Lancashire and Somerset. Both teams in need of a win in Division 1 of the County Championship. David Lloyd is alongside me. It's fine, David, and the sun's starting to creep through, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't yesterday. I was here yesterday and the rain was bouncing down. So I'll be looking at this pitch, and both captains will as well, because there's bound to be some moisture. I've seen the roller go across and it visibly changed colour. So we're going to have the toss very shortly, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if you win the toss, you'll have a bowl.
Yeah, 21 millimetres of rain. I've just been talking to Matt Merchant. That's an awful lot. He had his wellies on, Matt. But the outfield has taken it well. There's no dampness across the square, so the toss just going on behind David and I now. And I'm not sure who's won. Let's have a look. Dane Villas is coming to have a chat with us, so we'll find out now who.
Have you won the toss?
Dane.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Dane.
You're going to have a bowl.
Oh, you know this too well. Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. Won the toss and going to bowl.
Well, it's got that feel about it, hasn't it? A heavily sort of cloudy day and a lot of rain yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think the pitch looks good, to be fair, but I think the best of conditions will be to bowl today, especially with the attack that we got.
And what I was going to say, that attack contains who today? Because there was a 15-man squad.
Yeah, we got Jimmy
Anderson,
Saki, and Will Williams. So Baldy. George Balderson, and then obviously Dale Mitch making his debut today is a bowling option for us. But hopefully with the big three, maybe big four, we can get to it without it.
So with Daryl playing and you playing, that means there's no room for Colin de Grandon.
No, so unfortunately Colin misses out. Tom Bailey is missing out.
Is that because he's resting, Tom?
Yeah, that's because he's resting. He's bowled a lot of overs this time. We felt also same with Cole. So we're just going to go on with that side and pretty happy with that. Great
stuff. So you're obviously very happy to have won the toss. Good luck and have a good day, Dane.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let's get David back in now. David, as I was saying, no surprise, or as we were saying, no surprise that whoever won the toss will bowl first. It's got that humid, chuggy feel. There's a bit of grass on the pitch as well.
Well, it just takes me to the time of playing, and that's a heck of a long time ago. When you've got weather like that and a pitch like that, you're just willing your captain to have a bowl first. And I think it's going to, as they would say, the pros would say, it's nibbled around a bit. And it's perfect. You know, there's a bit of cloud cover, but the high, it's sultry. I wouldn't be surprised if it swings as well.
Just talking to Glenn Chappell, and he thought it was going to swing around a bit today. So for viewers and supporters of Lancashire, it's wet your lips time with Jimmy Anderson bowling and Saqib Mahmood spearheading the attack. I think
Daryl Mitchell plays for the first time. Will Williams, George Balderson. I think he's going to be a terrific cricketer, an all-rounder. He's been opening the batting because Jennings has been injured. He bowls and takes wickets, and I think he's a real find for Lancs, and he lives just up the road.
And Tom Hartley is the one spinner. He might not get an awful lot of bowling today, but he's done well both with ball and bat in the opportunities he's got.
Lancashire have got two quality left-arm spinners. They've got Morley and they've got Hartley, and they're totally different. Morley is small, so he has to get the ball up in the air. He's got a lovely action. Tom Hartley is a tall left-arm spinner who drives the ball into the pitch, and again that's the type of ball that if it spins will get bounce as well because he's so tall. It's a terrific attack. This is as good an attack as Lancashire have ever had, period.
I don't dispute that
Absolutely.
At all. The one thing, and you'll always say this to your bowlers, don't try too hard when you've won the toss. Put the opposition in. That's the key, and of course the experience of Jimmy Anderson will be key in this.
Well, if I were a bowler here, and I wasn't, you were, so you know about it, I'd be queuing up to bowl. And Anderson will get first dibs, and probably Mahmood. Will that be the opening pair? Will it be Williams?
Williams is really steady, and he hardly ever bowls a bad ball, does he?
And Dane Villas is back as captain because Keaton Jennings has got this hamstring problem, which is going to keep him out for a little while. Going back to what you said right at the beginning, both teams need a win. You need impetus in this league to get you going. They've played 4 matches and neither side has won yet. Lancashire have been fine, not just had the opportunity.
Been a bit unlucky with the weather in a couple of games and very nearly forced to win at Trent Bridge last week.
Yeah, and 9 down, and that's the time when you'd think, well, did we declare too late? But it's gone. That's it. You start again today.
Easy in hindsight to say that declaration may have been a little late. That's all gone. It's all in the past, as David says. We're looking forward now to the start of this game here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire take on Somerset. Lancashire won the toss. Somerset will be batting. Jimmy Anderson and Saqib Mahmood will be bowling. We'll see you at 11.
Thanks to Bumble and thanks to Paul. Welcome to the commentary box for the opening day of Lancashire against Somerset, live from Emirates Old Trafford. And we welcome listeners on the BBC Sport website and app. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you for the first few minutes to set the scene again from up here in the warmth of the commentary box. Morning, Anthony. At least it's dry.
Yes, it is indeed dry, and that's a great relief because it was absolutely tipping down as I drove north yesterday afternoon, and a lot of grounds there wouldn't have been any play at all this morning after the amount of rain we've had, but of course here it drains really well and the ground looks a picture.
And here come the umpires. They don't look too wrapped up actually, so maybe it's not too chilly outside. Actually, Bumble and Paul were wearing quite light jackets and jumpers, weren't they? So maybe it's not too bad outside.
No, I think it's players seem to be happy enough warming up this morning. I saw James Rue in the nets having a bat.
And Jimmy Anderson plays again for Lancashire, so this will be obviously his final game, quite possibly of the season for the Red Rose. He's played now quite a few on the spin as the two opening batters emerge from the Somerset dressing room, and changes for Somerset, certainly from the team that played against Lancashire a few weeks back, and an inclusion for Stephen Davis, Anthony, amongst others.
A very welcome return for Steve Davis, who I think must have imagined that his first-class career had come to an end when he was replaced with the gloves by James Rue after not really scoring any runs in the first part of last season. But he has been getting runs for the second 11. And Sean Dixon, who was brought down from Durham to open the innings with Tom Lammonby, poor chap hasn't got any runs. So Steve Davis is being given a second chance, I suppose you could say, but it's going to be a pretty tough return on what, judging by the fact that Somerset have been asked to bat and overhead conditions, it's definitely a day for bowling at the moment. It's going to be quite a challenge for Stephen Davis on his return to the Somerset side, as indeed it will be for his fellow left-hander Tom Lammonby.
And it is Schools Day. Just watching there the players emerging through a little guard of honour from some school children. I'm sure we'll make many references to the fact it's Schools Day through the course of this opening day, so you'll hear extra little bits of cheering and extra little bit of noise. There's loads of activities taking place around the ground. I'm sure we'll be having a look at all that and discussing that through the course of the next few hours. But at least it's dry for the young kids that are in town to watch a little bit of cricket early on this morning. But yeah, this looks like a pretty tough test, isn't it, for any batter under cloudy skies in Manchester. There's Jimmy Anderson and Saqib Mahmood and Will Williams amongst Lancashire's attack. It will be Anderson to open up from the Jimmy Anderson end. I'll run through the Lancashire team, Anthony, then you can guide us through the full Somerset 11. So Luke Wells and George Balderson, and then Josh Bahanan, Stephen Croft, Daryl Mitchell, Dane Villas as captain, George Bell, Tom Hartley, Will Williams, Saqib Mahmood and Jimmy Anderson for Lancashire.
And Somerset will bat Tom Lammonby, Stephen Davis, Tom Abel in at 3. George Bartlett comes into the side for his first game of the season. He'll probably bat at 4. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at 5. James Rue, Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge, Matt Henry, the New Zealand fast bowler. And here comes Jimmy Anderson for the first ball of the match. He's bowling outside the off stump to Tom Lammonby, who lets it go through to wicketkeeper George Bell. And just bringing up the rear, Jack Leach and Josh Davies. So amongst the bowlers, there's no Lewis Gregory, who is rested, and no Peter Siddle either. Also, I presume rested because he was out bowling this morning. He looked perfectly fit. So the Somerset seam attack will be Overton, Henry, Aldridge and Josh Davey. Here's Anderson in and bowls, gets some movement off the seam, but starting a little bit too wide of off stump for Tom Lammonby to have to play a shot. Good smattering of spectators all around the ground, including all those school children that Scott was telling you about. These sides separated by just 3 points in the County Championship Division 1 table. Lancashire have drawn all 4 of their games thus far. Anderson in bowls down the leg side, and a nice take diving away to his right from young George Bell. Somerset have similarly played 4 games. They lost up at Treadbridge against Nottinghamshire. The other 3 have been drawn. I think it would be fair to say that Lancashire had the best of the encounter at Taunton just 3 weeks ago, that was. So these 2 sides playing each other before the end of the 2nd week in May. Anderson then bowls to Lammonby. Again, it's outside the off stump. He hasn't got his radar quite right yet, Jimmy Anderson. Today is Somerset Day, I can reveal to you. May the 11th. It was the day when King Alfred the Great summoned the men of Somerset to Selwood Forest near Frome to see off the Danish invader Guthrun and his army. 878 that was. And Somerset Day was instituted about 8 years ago, so that's not quite as long ago. This is played nicely into the onside by Tom Lammonby, but he won't get a run. And the day is intended to celebrate the historic county of Somerset, including those areas which have now become unitary authorities: Bath and North East Somerset, North Somerset, and even some parts of Bristol. And King Alfred and his army, his Somerset army, of course, defeated the Danes. So a red letter day in Somerset history. And this is dropped at first slip, outside edge, and Luke Wells, wasn't that difficult a chance going down to his left. We're just watching on the replay. It was low, and it was dying on him. But I reckon he'll be pretty disappointed, Scott.
Yeah, he got particularly high standards, as indeed do most slip fielders, don't they? That they back themselves to take more chances, obviously, than they drop. It was going down, wasn't it? As you say, Anthony, kind of was dying on him a little bit, went low to his left-hand side, about ankle height. Yeah, I'm with you though. I think Wells is particularly good slip fielder, back himself to snaffle that chance. But it was a tough one, certainly.
Does Lancashire have a Lancashire Day?
Well, I think they do. I mean, I have absolutely no idea when it is, obviously, but I'm assuming they must have somewhere, at some point during the calendar year, a Lancashire Day.
Because Lancashire, the county, has also been rather carved up, hasn't it? Yes. Into unitaries and Greater Manchester, Merseyside, and goodness knows what else.
Maybe we've already had Lancashire Day this year. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the 27th of November. Is Lancashire Day, apparently. So there we go.
Yeah, good.
It's a winter celebration. It'll be Will Williams to open up for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end, and Steve Davis on strike. That's wide of off stump and through to George Bell. And there is no run. There's the debutant Daryl Mitchell in at second slip for Lancashire. A couple of debuts on show with Matt Henry.
Yep.
For Somerset as well.
And the pair of them have just been playing together in Pakistan in one-day international series.
I presume they got the same flight. Maybe they just both met in Manchester.
I expect they're really good mates. And yes, of course, the chap bowling now, Will Williams, another New Zealander.
Indeed, yeah. He's coming around the wicket to Davis. And that's defended into the offside. Villas fielding for Lancashire, and there's no run. So 0 for 0 in the second over. So yeah, the forecast has improved a lot, but there is a chance. I'm not ruling out the possibility of a bit of rain today, but it's much better than what it was predicting, at least last night, which is good.
Yeah, plenty of clouds overhead, but they don't look particularly threatening, and some patches of blue sky as well.
Williams gets the chance with the new ball with Anderson. As Davies plays forward and defends, and there's no run. There'll be a Williams-Bailey new ball partnership, or if Jimmy's in, it's an Anderson-Bailey new ball partnership. But I guess you do have plenty of options in their bowling stocks.
How come Mahmood doesn't get the new ball?
That's a very fine question, Anthony, and it's one I'm going to defer to Paul Alice or David Lloyd when they come and join us in the not too distant future. Williams to Davis. That's left and through to the keeper. There's no one. I actually can't recall Mahmood taking the new ball too.
No, he didn't down at Taunton.
No, he didn't. No.
Interesting. You can see the marks, bowler's foot marks that Will Williams has made on the crease, even after just 4 deliveries. So there's plenty of moisture underneath, I suspect. Well, that rather demonstrates it.
Yeah, Bumble will be with us in a minute, and he's been out there with Paul, so he'll have a little feel as to how soft the outfield is. It's defended into the onside by Davis, just going back into the crease and working up towards Jimmy Anderson at mid-on.
Big test this for Stephen Davis. He'll be desperate to do well to play his way back into the side. They've got that man at gully for the cut shot that he plays and fails so often to keep down.
Yeah, Stephen Croft in that position at gully. Final ball of Williams' first over from the Statham end.
Ooh.
Oh, he's going forward, Davis, and that deflects that into the offside. They're up and appealing for an LBW. Kind of half an appeal, wasn't it? It wasn't a full throttled appeal, I don't think, from the bowler.
Inside edge, I think. Inside edge onto pad. He had his bat and pad very close together, Stephen Davis. So 2 overs and no runs yet. This is going to be a tough first session for Somerset. Good toss to win, one would feel, under cloudy skies. On a pitch which you were saying, Scott, is perhaps not quite as good as some of the ones right bang in the middle of the square. Here's Anderson to Lammonby. Full of length and driven by Lammonby, but there won't be a run as it's fielded at mid-on.
Yeah, the pitches in the centre of the square kind of tend to be the international pitches. They're absolutely terrific cricket pitches, certainly for 5-day cricket. It can be quite difficult, I think, at times to win 4-day matches here. But sometimes I think the pitches towards the edge of the square just give a little bit extra.
Anderson to Lammonby. When this flies into the slips, and I'm not sure that carried.
I thought he did.
Did you?
Yeah, I thought he did.
Hartley was the guilty party if it did. We'll have a look. Oh yes, it comfortably carried. Oh dear.
Oh, Jimmy won't be happy.
Oof.
It's not a grumpy Jimmy, is it, early on? 10 past 11. 2 chances he's created.
Two misses in 3 balls.
Yeah.
Last ball of the first over. Second ball of his next. So Tom Lammonby has had 2 lives. Testing examination. Anderson in and bowls, and this turns him round. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire, is that Nigel Long at that end?
Yes.
Nigel Long, not interested. But this is tough going already for the Somerset openers.
Yes.
Lammonby having been put down twice in the slips. Here comes Anderson in and bowls and down the leg side. And Lammonby has a rather lazy flick at it, doesn't get anything on it. That was short from Jimmy Anderson. I often wonder whether Tom Lammonby wouldn't be better just playing his natural game and going for his shots. I mean, he really curbs his shot making early on in an innings, and he'll defend, get to 20 or 30, and then start playing attacking shots, and all too often gets himself out. Anderson in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby. There's, you know, the Zach Crawley approach to opening the innings doesn't always work, but when it does, it doesn't half move the game on.
Yeah, I mean, going to be a little tricky facing Jimmy Anderson with the new ball, isn't it, to try and play that way.
Anderson from the Anderson end, and this beats the outside edge of Tom Lammonby's bat. That was fuller of length, compelled the defensive shot, beat the outside edge through to wicketkeeper George Bell, and another unlucky over for Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, another over in which he's created a chance. First one to Wells certainly was a tough one. And low to his left. The second one to Hartley. He was a fine slip fielder as well. Able to take it, but for a slip fielder, I guess that's kind of in the category of being kind of routine, or at least 7 or 8 times out of 10.
9 out of 10, I think.
I'm being generous a bit, aren't I? Yeah. So 3 overs, 0 for 0. This is the first run, and it's for Davis off the back foot. Just easing the ball away through the covers. Villas will catch up with it, and Davis comes back for 2. So Somerset's first innings is up and running.
Just a gentle push out into the offside and bisected cover point and mid-off.
The return of Davis is a return of an awful lot of experience, isn't it, for Somerset? And a lot of first-class runs.
Yeah, yeah.
There's Williams around the wicket to him again. A little too wide and left alone by Davis, taken by George Bell. And there's no run. Yeah, bags of experience for Davis.
With Worcestershire, Surrey, and since 2017 with Somerset. But when he was at Surrey, he was averaging 43. For Somerset, he's averaged barely 33.
Williams to Davis. Nice shot. Driven away into the ground. Again, there's a gap through cover, and he's picked that out. It's a big boundary there. They'll run at least 2. You might see a few 3s run through the course of the next 4 days, but on that occasion, just a couple. Behind him, catching up with the ball. Davis moves on to 4. That's indeed a Somerset.
It's a very big ground, isn't it? It must be one of the bigger outfields in the country. Because even though it is a long boundary, the boundary rope on that eastern side of the ground is a good 35 yards in from the boundary boards.
Yeah, it's a big hit, isn't it, out towards the building site where the new hotel is. It's full but left. It shapes away from Davis. And
yeah, it did shape, didn't it? It swung it in nicely and got a little bit of a away movement off the seam, but starting too wide.
4 without loss. Yeah, Davis now edging up to 14,500 first-class runs, so there's a lot of experience there in the team. Did you describe it as a welcome return for Somerset, for Steve Davis?
Oh, he's a very, very popular cricketer, Steve Davis. This is he's only got a 1-year contract.
Williams to him. It's right in behind and just pushes into the offside, no run.
Or to put it another way, his existing contract expires at the end of this season, and there's no news of him getting another one, having been replaced as wicketkeeper by James Rew, which is, you know, if he's going to play in the first team for Somerset, it will be as an opening batsman, which is why this is so important for him as a test to establish himself as Tom Lammonby's regular opening partner.
Final ball of the 4th over of the morning to be sent down by Williams. And that's just chopped into the offside by Davis. Good stop by Croft at Gully. And there's no runs. So for 4 off the over, the first runs of the match. 0-4 for Stephen Davis. Somerset 4 without loss.
Stephen Davis, comfortably built these days, I think it would be fair to say, as we can see on the live stream. But he's one of the most graceful batsmen on the circuit, I think, Steve Davis. There's a lovely flow about his batting. But he can get himself out going for one of those glorious off drives to a ball that isn't quite there for him.
But he couldn't resist.
Yeah. Jimmy Anderson bowls. Lammonby turns it into the onside, and he's underway as well. As it goes to Saj Mahmood at mid-on. 5 without loss. The school children chirruping away down. Are they down below us?
Well, they're certainly to the left of us in that lower tier. Yeah.
But, It's a decent crowd, lots of spectators in the pavilion. Anderson and to Davis for the first time, and Davis is caught by Tom Hartley at third slip. Well, it was a good ball from Jimmy Anderson, almost identical to the two that produced the drop catches off Tom Lammonby. And Davis, well, it carried very comfortably to Hartley at third slip. And maybe there was just a hint of playing with a crooked bat, but I think that was the result of the late movement that Anderson got, and Davis trying to adjust. Couldn't avoid getting a thickish edge. And the first Somerset wicket goes down 5 for 1, and it brings Tom Abel out to bat at number 3, and he's coming in just the 5th over. Tom Abel, it's been his fate in the last few seasons to come in early on. Good morning, Bumble.
Good morning, sir. They've caught one.
They have.
You could see the disgust. The disgust on Jimmy Anderson's face, which you've seen over countless years. As the catch went down, now they've hung on to one. Yeah. It's doing enough, isn't it? It's just doing a little bit. It's not quick, and it can get quick here, but the weather's not been right.
Well, I'm just saying that you can see the bowler's footmarks that Will Williams has left, which suggests there's plenty of moisture underneath.
Well, when I walked across this morning and the roller was on, and it visibly, the pitch itself changed colour as the roller was going across, and it was squeezing moisture out, so there's bound to be something in there. The one thing, even though this is a star-studded attack, you just got to do the basics.
Here's Anderson then to the right-handed Abel, in and bowls, and Abel gets in behind a defensive shot, and Anderson feels himself. Good toss to win, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. You know that both teams would be of the same opinion. We'll have a bowl first. But again, you've got to bowl well. You've got to do the right things. We'll probably keep saying it throughout the day. You've got to take your chances, take your catches. And the two that've gone down were pretty straightforward.
They were. The Luke Wells one was more difficult. Anderson to Abel, who turns this away down to long leg, and they come through for a single. Have you seen much of Tom Abel?
I was just going to say he's an impressive person and an impressive cricketer. The captain of the side. Of a wonderful side, Somerset. You look back through the history of the county, it's one of the great places. I think it's one of the greatest places to play cricket at Taunton. It's a bit rough and ready, I like that.
Anderson bowls and beats Lammonby on the outside edge. Rough and ready, I think that's fair. You haven't obviously been down there very recently. It's spick and span and smart.
Oh, it is. No, I'm talking about the people who go. They come down from the hills and get onto that scrumpy. And I know that just outside the ground, it's one of these great grounds that you can walk from the town. You just walk to the ground.
It's right in the middle of the town.
And there's I know there's a cider place that I would go in.
This is outside the off stump to Lammonby and not taken cleanly, and that's gone away for probably 4 byes. It does indeed. 10 for 1. Yes, the ring of bells just down the red. It's not really. I think the one you're thinking of is the Princess Royal, isn't it?
No, I think the ring of bells. It sounds familiar. It's sort of behind the auction market on that crossroads where is it the Angel pub? There's a pub on the corner. I can't remember the name of the pub on the corner. Where back in the day, Brian Statham was captain here. We stayed at that pub.
Oh right, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the Royal Ashton, isn't it?
I wouldn't say anything like Royal at all. No, it definitely wasn't. It's just on the corner of the crossroads, from what I would call the back entrance by the auction house, the auction market. You go in that side and there's a pub on the corner. It had a skittle alley.
Oh, they all have skittle alleys.
Yeah.
I can't think which. But I've just been reading Fred Rumsey's book.
I've read it.
Which is a great read,
Fabulous.
is it not?
Yeah.
And he talks about taking visiting sides up the Princess Royal. This is in bowls and turned into the onside by Abel. It's 10 for 1 here. The man out is Steve Davis, who made 4, caught at third slip by Tom Hartley off Jimmy Anderson, who's had 2 catches dropped in the slips, if you're just joining us. But yeah, there is something special about the county ground at Taunton, being in the middle of the town. It's not quite the same as in the old days when on a Saturday, because the auction market's just across the river, you could hear the auctioneers calling out the prices as the bids were made. This is defended by Abel with a nice straight bat, and the farmers would come out of the market and line up on the bridge and get a free view of what was going on in the cricket. Yeah.
It's a great place, raucous, a raucous place for a one-day game. You know, the crowd it's intimate and they're right on top of you. Very friendly, lovely people.
Yes, it's one of the. I think it's the nicest cricket ground as opposed to a stadium. This is full of length and an appeal for. Not sure what they were appealing for then.
Caught behind.
Yeah.
Caught behind. They've gone up. Wicket keeper's gone up 3 slips. Nothing from the umpire.
I just wonder if it flicked the pad. Let's have a look at the. No, it didn't. It beat the outside edge. Good away movement. He had to play at that.
It's a perfect length. You know, that is the length. You sit in there, both Anderson and Williams, medium fast, and so you've just got to get into that in-between length and stay in there, consistent.
Anderson is in and bowls. Oh, and just takes him on the pad. That must be quite close. Maybe doing a bit too much. Tom Lungley shakes his head, the umpire. But these are testing times for Somerset's top order, who haven't had a very good time of it. Made 400 against Lancashire down at Taunton, when Abel and Rue both scored centuries, and they did pretty well in the first innings against Northants. Tom Kohler-Cadmore getting 130.
Good player.
Yes, he is.
Player.
Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Tom Abel.
See, the keeper there, that delivery, it's shorter of a length, and he's not quick by any stretch, isn't Williams, but the keeper has took it head high. So there's always potential here that the ball will go through. If you get decent weather, you'll get pace, but not much movement. I think the weather that we've had will be this sort of bowling, medium fast and consistent, and you'll get movement off the seam. And it'll be there all day, I should think, with the way that it is. It's quite cloudy.
Williams in and bowls, and defensive shot from Tom Abel. Of course, Somerset have got Matt Henry, fresh from Pakistan. One-day international series out there, making his debut, and Craig Overton.
Good bowler. Yeah.
Hasn't been quite himself so far this season, Big Craig. He's got a spot of tendinitis in his left knee. Lewis Gregory has been doing the stuff for Somerset with 21 wickets so far. And
not playing in this game.
He's not, no, he's been rested because, you know, he's got this chronic back condition, which he has to manage.
See, the management of players now, I've just been downstairs and I was chatting to Tom Bailey and to Saqib Mahmood, and, you know, there's a management of players that they've got a squad. The thing is, they've got, I mean, a lot of counties have got the money. They've got the money to have a squad.
Anderson to Lammonby, down the leg side. Yes, it's. I thought Tom Bailey would bowl really well on this.
Yeah,
on this
he
strip.
would do. Yeah. But they've got enough bowling. You look at what they've got. Balderson, up-and-coming young lad. He's an excellent cricketer. Mitchell plays for the first time from New Zealand. Very established player.
And of course, Luke Wood can't get in the side.
No, he's rested too. You know, they're very careful to say that they're not dropped, these guys. They're rested on rotation.
Anderson in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby, Tom Lammonby. Still in the category of promising. We thought he'd made the big breakthrough back in the COVID year 2020 when he scored 3 centuries, but Hasn't really kicked on from there. It's been tough opening the batting there.
With
all these April games, you know, when there's cloud cover and juicy pitches.
Cold grounds. Yeah. The surface is cold.
Anderson in and bowls, and Lammerby gets in behind a defensive shot. Not quite such a good over this from Jimmy Anderson. His last game for Lancashire before he joins up with England. Well,
there's a bit of intrigue because it was muted at the start of the season that he would play 3. Well, he'd already played 3 before this.
And he's obviously enjoying it.
He loves it, absolutely loves it, which is, you know, it's really good for the county that he comes back, and you know, every match for him is a test match.
Anderson in and bowls down the leg side again, and he's furious with himself. You can tell by his body language. What was that, he's saying.
All these matches that are played in April, I just think back to when I was a player here. Every year, without fail, the report day was April 1st. That's you reported. You had 2 weeks of physical exercise. That's the first 2 weeks. The third week, indoor nets, with the odd net outdoor if possible. Then 4th week of outdoor nets, and then play.
Anderson in bowls to Lammerby, turns that into the onside, but won't get a run. And very, very often counties would have very gentle introduction to the season, playing one of the universities.
Definite. Or both.
Or both.
Yes.
Yeah. So the season really wasn't getting underway until second week in May, something like that.
And now this ground itself, when we look out, the development is awesome. But each time there's a development, they encroach ever so slightly onto the playing area. They take a little bit more.
Anderson in and bowls to Lammerby, drives it back, and another catch goes down. Jimmy Anderson. And by Anderson's standards, that was a pretty straightforward catch as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's punched back to him. It's one of these check drives, but it's very catchable on his follow-through to his left hand. He hits his hand. He doesn't sort of go to catch it. He hits his hand and drops to the floor. So I don't know whether the coaches are downstairs and they make notes. That's 3 that have gone down. What's the score?
10 for 1. We've had 7 overs, so 3 catches have gone down in 7 overs. And of all people, I mean, Jimmy Anderson has been one of the best catchers amongst the fast bowlers. So Williams, to the accompaniment of the school children down below, that's defended by Tom Abel. They're chirruping away. They're having a great day, aren't they?
Well, they're just over in the area that is where they put the pop concert stand, which is very bare now. There's lots of games going on.
Yes, yeah.
Having a ball.
It's good to see. Will Williams, tall, rangy fast bowler, in and bowls full of length to Abel, but going down the leg side. Taken nicely by young George Bell. Promising young wicketkeeper. He's not tall, is he, George Bell?
Well, the other wicketkeeper as well, Lavelle, is a tiny chap. I went to watch the seconds last week. It was Yorkshire seconds versus Lancashire seconds. It's very close to where I live over in York. And there were some really good players. There was some good cricket on an excellent pitch. Superb pitch.
Williams in and bowls. Good full length he's bowling, but nicely played by Tom Abel.
Lancashire had an opening batsman who was an amateur, played in the game. He'd been on the academy, but he wasn't now. He got 184.
Cool.
He played so well. Some good players.
So when you say he was an amateur, he's not under contract?
No, just an amateur plays league cricket.
Yeah. Williams, 3 slips in a gully. In and bowls to Abel, who's thinking about a single, but it's not there. Tom Abel has scored 222 runs so far in this season in 5 innings because he missed the first game with a side strain that he picked up bowling during the winter. He's not a bad bowler. He's one of those, you know, he's a bit of a golden arm.
Oh yeah.
He swings it. He's not very accurate. Took a hat-trick at Trent Bridge a few years ago. Williams in and bowls full of length again. That's where the threat seems to be when it's up on a good full length.
Well, that's where they should be. Able, especially, very quick to come forward.
Yes, he got into the England squads for one-day internationals and T20, and no sooner had he got into those squads than he injured himself bowling. And still suffering early on in the season, missed the first game. Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. Abel lets that go through. But ended it at that over, 10 for 1. We've had 8 overs. Man out is Steve Davis, caught in the slips by Tom Hartley off Anderson for 4, and 3 catches have gone down in the space of just 8 overs. But batting is hard work. What have we had? Half an hour?
Yes.
Half an hour, 8 overs, just 10 runs. No boundaries yet. Anderson into bowl. He's there and bowls to Lammonby, who runs that off a thick edge to Balderson at backward point.
That'd be Bohannon, I think. That's
Bohannon, isn't it? Sorry.
He's another tiny chap. Good player. Yeah. Bats at 3. He's a good player. A gutsy player. One of these, you know, going back yesteryear, somebody like Harry Pilling. Older viewers and listeners would remember Harry Pilling, tiny chap.
Anderson in bowls and playing a miss from Lammonby. I remember Harry Pilling. It was always wonderful watching Harry Pilling batting with Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, the long and the short of it.
Yeah, they were great days they were.
You mentioned that book from Fred Rumsey, and I've read he was a trailblazer, was Fred, for, you know, very much for the players and the players' union and so on. An entrepreneur, really.
PCA, yeah, but he's still going strong, is Fred.
Good.
Anderson in and bowls outside the
real character.
Yeah,
an absolute character.
Yeah. And that the book, it's called Sense of Humour, Sense of Justice.
Yeah.
He wrote it himself.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't ghosted, and it's essence of Fred Rumsey. I read most of it just again quite recently.
He was sort of an ample chap. There was plenty of him
lad,
when he bowled. And Bill Alley used to stand at gully.
Here's Anderson in and bowls and beats Lammonby outside the off stump. Yes, he was quick too, wasn't he?
He was quick enough.
You must have faced him a few times.
And he liked the short ball, and Bill Alley used to stand at gully. Pitch him up, Fred. Pitch him up, Fred. I'd always remember at Taunton on a very hot day, he'd had a sweater and he bowled and he put his sweater down at third man, and a dog came on and pickled on it.
I don't think that's in the book. Anderson bowls and a big drive from Lammonby. Hits nothing but fresh air. Yes, Bill Alley. What a cricketer he was.
And a character. 3,000 runs in a season, didn't he?
1961.
Yeah.
Last man to do it.
Yes.
And will be the last man ever to do it.
3,000 runs.
And he was... How old was he then? He was about 40 then. Retired in the... Well, he wasn't. He didn't retire. He was sacked in the end. Anderson and bowls. And this is turned into the onside. And there's a leg by, and it's 11 for 1. He tells the story in the book about Bill being sacked by Somerset. He just got a cursory letter from the secretary saying your services are no longer required. He said, I'm not too bothered. He said, they tell me my eyesight's going, so I'm going to take up umpiring.
he was having a character as an umpire, and you know, there were 2 Australians at the time, Cess Pepper and Bill Alley. They were lovely. Excellent.
11 for 1 here. We've had 9 overs. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me, David Lloyd. Lancashire and England. And Lancashire making life very difficult for these two Somerset batsmen. Runs very hard to come by. Just 11 of them in 9 overs. 10th is about to be bowled by Will Williams. He's there and bowls outside the off stump. Taken by George Bell. What's the new building away to our right, Bumble? That
hotel, another extension of the hotel. Yeah, right. I'm actually staying in the existing one at the minute. They're always full. This is a perfect venue for Manchester. Yeah. You've got the metro that goes straight into Piccadilly. The airport's just down the road. The M6. Everything is on your doorstep, really.
Williams in and bowls, and this is edged and just to the left of Stephen Croft, diving to his left at gully and making a good stop in the end. That would probably have run away for 4 runs if he hadn't got down quickly on it.
Another terrific cricketer, Stephen Croft, and it's amazing how many of these players now at 36 and late 30s are just looking as good as ever. I saw Chris Rushworth, 36-year-old, 10 for 36-year-old.
Is Anderson, Williams rather, in and bowls through to George Bell. Yeah, Chris Rushworth played it for Warwickshire in the first game of the season down at Taunton, and looked. Well, he was there, you know, ball after ball after ball.
Just say for here, he'd be absolutely perfect on this venue now.
Yeah, fine bowler. Rushworth and Onions, along with Josh Davey and Craig Overton, the most successful opening bowling partnerships of this century. Picked up more wickets at lower cost than any other duo of fast bowlers. Williams in, bowls, and this is driven by Lammonby, but not at full power. And straight up to Lancashire captain Dane Villas.
They've changed the field. They had 3 fielders on the leg side, and the mid-wicket fielder has now reinforced that slip cordon, so there are now 5 in a line at slip. And mid-on has moved round into a mid-wicket position. There's a deep, long leg, but mid-on, to hit through mid-on, which should be a super shot in these conditions, is wide open.
That's obviously what they want him to do. Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. That's angled across Lammonby. You surprised he's not bowling around the wicket to the left-hander?
Very much so, and you look at the stats, the modern day stats are telling you to left-handed batters, right-arm bowlers bowl around the wicket with some success. So he's bowling over the wicket, and it's sort of what we're seeing now from Lammonby. He's lining him up outside off stump, and he can let the ball go across him.
And then just the odd one, bring it back. Nice easy approach. He's there now and bowls. That's again across Lammonby's bows. End of that over, which was the 10th of the innings. 11 for 1 Somerset. Stephen Davis the 1 on his return to the Somerset side. Couldn't have a much more testing return to a cricket side, could you, than facing Jimmy Anderson under cloudy skies on a juicy pitch at Old Trafford.
Well, you mentioned earlier that opening the batting throughout April and early May is demanding. It really is. Place to bat is around about 5 and 6.
Steve Davis replacing Sean Dixon, who's had a terrible time of it, poor chap. Scored just 55 runs in 7 innings. Anderson bowls and beats Abel. And we've got a leg slip now. Bohannon there, quite fine at leg slip.
He is.
What's the thinking there?
No, I'm puzzled by that. That he is very, very fine. He's probably about 3 metres from the wicket keeper.
I've seen Tom Abel out caught down the leg side more often probably than he should have been. Anderson bowls, appeal for, not sure what they were appealing for. It cut back sharply into Tom Abel. I think took the inside edge.
So I think what they're looking to do, and what Anderson's looking to do, he's now got 4 fielders on the leg side, including that leg slip. So he will bowl dead straight, looking for that last delivery. Hit him on the pad, bowl dead straight. Every now and again, get one to move away to these 3 slips in a gully. But the leg slip is making him bowl dead straight at the stumps.
Chippy Anderson bowls, full of length, taken on the pad, given out. No hesitation there on the part of Nigel Long. And Tom Abel goes LBW Anderson for 1. It was the perfect delivery, full and straight and angled in to the right hand, and Tom Abel was playing across the line as well, which is not the way you need to play.
Absolutely on cue with that leg slip going in, and Nigel Long, the umpire, has given that out before the appeal is finished. Yeah. It's absolutely plumb, and it's just what Anderson, with that field change, he was going to bowl straight, get it dead straight, try and hit him on the pad, and what they will have seen is that Tom Abel maybe just planting his front foot onto middle and off, and so if he hits the pad below the knee, you're just a goner. So it's 2 down, and batting is quite demanding.
It is, and here's another returnee to the Somerset side, George Bartlett, who I'm trying to remember if he has played. Yes, he's played the one. He played against Warwickshire down at Taunton. Didn't get many runs. 33 to be exact, best of 20. Talented player, got his first 100 here back in 2018, I think it was.
Well, he'll have played well for that. There'll have been a decent attack.
It was the match when Marcus Trescothick got 100, but injured himself. I think it was his left ankle when he scored about 90, and he hobbled to 100. And
what
was
a
then
wonderful
out
man.
for about,
wonderful man.
Oh yeah, good old banger. He's regular at Taunton. There for the last game.
I first came across him when I was involved with England under 14s and 15s, and he was a big lad then. And his mum used to come in at lunchtime and give him like a litre of Coca-Cola. No, you really can't do that.
Here's Anderson then to the new batsman Bartlett. It's brought back into Bartlett. They're persisting with this line of attack. 3 slips, 4 slips and a leg slip, with Anderson angling the ball into the right-hander. He's another one, George Bartlett, who takes guard on or even sometimes outside off stump. What do you think of that as a
bizarre
method?
Bizarre.
But they all do it now, so that they know where their off stump is. Anderson in and bowls and beats him with an absolute beauty. Goodness me, I don't know how you play that.
Anderson is in a great rhythm now.
Yeah.
It's took him a little while to get going, but you can see his approach, his run up, he's pumping in there, getting the ball to move around. And again, that delivery is taken above waist high by the wicketkeeper, so there's enough in this pitch.
Yeah, batting very difficult there this morning. Anderson in bowls to Bartlett outside the off stump. Bartlett only too happy to let that pass into the gloves of George Bell. Goes down and gives the pitch a nervous prod. 11 for 2 Somerset, after Dane Villas won the toss here and had no hesitation at all in asking Somerset to have a bat. That's David Lloyd and his you want me out as well? It's Paul Allott coming in. So two Lancashire greats alongside us. Somerset definitely not great. Going to have another over from Will Williams. 11 for 2. Good morning, Paul.
Anthony, how are you?
I'm all right. Last time we met was at Southport when it was very, very hot, if you remember.
It was. It's not very hot at the moment, is it? It's not been very hot all year.
It's Williams in bowls to Lammonby. Lets it go outside the off stump. What have you made of things so far?
Well, as expected, really. With cloud cover, ground conditions as they were, lots of rain yesterday, it was, I think, pretty obvious that whoever won the toss would put the opposition in, and that's obviously happened. And you've got two fine exponents of new ball bowling here, very different in terms of seniority and perhaps attainment levels.
Williams in a bowls to Lammonby down the leg side. It's a run for Lammonby, and they've been as rare as hen's teeth. He's got 2 runs from 35 deliveries. Somerset 12 for 2, but they could easily have been 12 for 5.
Well,
those
yeah, I mean,
look,
you've got the finest bowler in the world at the moment, and you know, probably of other generations as well in James Anderson, who on a pitch like this and in conditions like this will stick to first principles, line and length. He'll get the ball to swing and seam, and Will Williams likewise. He is nothing if not metronomic. Just peg away on and around off stump. He's not got a wicket yet, but he's bowled very tidily, very nicely.
He's bowling now to George Bartlett. Full of leg taken on the pad, must be close. And he's given after some hesitation. Tom Lungley raising the finger, and that is the 3rd Somerset wicket to go down. 12 for 3, and George Bartlett playing all round that, really.
Well, yeah, you say that, but Williams, as I was saying, you know, he pegs away on and around off stump and doesn't really look to hit much other than the top of off. It's just run back into him a little bit. He's only got half a stride in. It's hit below the knee roll, and he was almost walking before the umpire's finger went up.
But again, it's just turning his wrists.
Well, they do. A lot of modern-day batsmen do tend to bat on with the toes on, maybe middle and off.
George Bartlett certainly does.
And if they miss it, then, you know, as a bowler, I'd be saying to the umpire on the way back, if he misses one, it's going to be a heck of a shout. And unfortunately, he's missed that one, which just ran back into him. I don't think it was going anywhere other than 3/4 of the way up middle and leg. But, I mean, no stride at all, neither forward nor back, and you've got to go, haven't you?
Yeah.
So he's gone for a duck.
Well, the 2 returnees, Davis and Bartlett, have scored 4 runs between them, which is a shame because they're both really good lads and good cricketers. But
well, it's difficult. Look, it's very difficult batting conditions against the best in the world at one end, and the metronomic bowler at the other, who relies on basically a little bit of help from a pitch, and he's getting it. So you couldn't get more difficult conditions, really. It's not exactly dull, but it's not overly bright. There's no sunshine around at the moment. So we've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore coming to the crease now, and he doesn't hold back, does he?
He doesn't. Fresh from his 130 from 102 balls with 18 fours and 3 sixes against Northants.
Well, if he does that here today, it'll be for watching. That is for sure.
He'll try, I tell you. Yeah. He's a real breath of fresh air. Is Tom Kohler-Cadmore? He's really got the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes approach, which I hesitate to call Bass ball.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, he's always been an attack, even before McCullum and Stokes were around in charge of England. He's always batted that way, hasn't he?
He has. He has, and he's a fine sight when he's going.
Yeah. His brother's playing for Alderley Edge.
Is he?
Yeah, just down the road where I watch some cricket these days. Anyway,
Williams is into Kohler-Cadmore, who is forward, pushing out firmly at that.
Well, I like contact. That. Look, I like that. You know, you could say he was a bit aggressive at it, but there was a real positive intent there. A little bit of a shimmy and a big stride. Compare that to Bartlett, who was just fidgeting around on the crease. It's going to get you nowhere. So you've got to commit and that from Cola Cadmore bodes well, I think. It might not work, but it bodes well.
Williams is in the bowls, and this is down the leg side, and will run away for, I think it's going to be cut off. It is cut off down there in the distance by Saqib Mahmood, and it's byes. 2 of them.
Well, that must have done a fair bit, actually. Must have nipped back and continued swinging. Well, George Bell's finding it. I mean, wicket keepers don't find it particularly easy in these conditions either, with the ball swinging and seaming and hooping and looping.
14 for 3, coming up to the end of the 12th over. Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Cola Cadmore. Time for me to make way for Phoebe Graham after some words from Paul Allen.
Thanks, Anthony. Well, it's been all Lancashire in the first 50 minutes of the morning. Couldn't have gone better for them, really, with Jimmy Anderson and Will Williams taking the new ball. Dane Villas, the captain, in the absence of Keaton Jennings, putting Somerset in to bat, and Somerset, after 12 overs and 52 minutes, are 14 for 3, and it's hello to Phoebe.
Hi Paul, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a good toss to win for Lancashire today, and they've definitely taken full advantage of bowling first. 14 for 3 as Jimmy runs into bowl, defended by Lammonby.
Yeah, it's hard work getting a bat on it at the moment. You wouldn't say it's extravagant movement, but it's just what bowlers want. There's a minimal amount of, or just enough movement to keep the bowlers interested all the time, and the batsman not quite sure which way it's going.
Absolutely. And the 2 of them, both Anderson and Williams, are just consistently putting it in that area as Anderson comes in, beats the bat from Lammonby straight through to George Bell's glove.
Not only is there movement, but there's a bit of pace and bounce in the pitch. You watch George Bell take the ball, and consistently he's taking it up at sort of chest height. The last ball of the Williams over he took almost above his head. So when Williams is getting it to go through like that, then you know there's a little bit of carry in the pitch.
Absolutely, it's bowler's paradise out there for the seamers as Jimmy comes in. Big leave there from Lammonby, taken by Bell. Yeah, and 2 drops from the slip cordon as well in that first couple of overs from James Anderson. There was a tough catch for Wells diving down to his left, and a simple one from Hartley. So could have been 5 down really at this stage of the game, but I'm sure they'll take 14 for 3 as well. Anderson comes in to Lammonby, deflects off his hip. Excellent bowling. I think went to leave that and it just nipped back in from Jimmy.
Well, you can tell when the bowling conditions are good for Jimmy Anderson, and he's bowling to left-handers and he stays over the wicket. The temptation is for a lot of bowlers to come round the wicket. He might be doing it now because he's brought the ball back into Lammonby a couple of times, but up to now he's been bowling over the wicket, and as I say that, here we go with 3 slips and a gully. Well, this may pose even more problems for the batter.
Front foot defence there from Lammonby into point. Quick single from the 2 of them. But yeah, coming over the wicket just opens up that LBW potential threat. But keeping the ball going across Lammonby, I think, really brings the cordon into play. But he'll be trying things now, Jimmy, because he's getting the ball to move both ways. And it's a place of experimenting when the ball's doing a little bit like it is today and coming through to the keeper's gloves. Tom Cola Cadmore fronts up to face his first ball from James Anderson. In and swipes the ball. Big lead. 4 byes there. Tom Cola Cadmore saw the ball very, very wide and was enticed in, but completely missed the delivery and went through the keeper for 4 byes.
Well, again, it just sums up what I was saying about how difficult it is for keepers. I think Jimmy bowled him the sucker ball there, knowing that Kohler Cadmore will look to play shots, and threw it up wide outside off stump. The ball kept swinging and seaming and went between first and second slip. Poor old George Bell had no chance. So byes is a big number at the moment. I think they're 10, aren't they?
Yes, it looks like it. 10 byes. But like you say, it's that movement off the pitch that they're getting there, and Tom Kohler Cadmore doesn't seem to change his game much depending whether it's 4-day cricket, 1-day cricket. He goes out with style. Williams in to Lammonby, moves off the pitch into Bell's hands safely. And the way that he plays his cricket, you can entice him early doors. I think he scored 130 last week off 100 balls, and he's got this attacking style of play, and in these conditions leaves him quite exposed as a player. Be interesting to see how deep he can dig at 19 for 3 at the moment, whether he can rein back that style of play.
Well, I don't think he's going to, VB. I think he's just going to play shots, to be honest.
Williams in, left through to the keeper.
Because I mean, you know, the way he's played the 4 balls he's faced so far, he's been very positive, got a big stride in, a big swoosh at that last ball. I think he'll just go and try and hit himself and Somerset out of trouble.
And that might be what they need at the moment to counter these conditions, taking that positive option. Like you say, the movement off the pitch is minimal, but it's enough to bring the edge into play, and it's really tricky conditions out for the batters as Williams comes in. Left big leave there from Lammonby.
The beauty about these 2 bowlers is they're vastly experienced, and they know that they don't have to try too hard on a pitch like this. All they have to do is run in, do what they normally do, put the ball in the right spot, and the pitch and the conditions will do the rest for them. So that's good. They've stuck to that, and we've still got good reserves as well. Lancashire, we haven't seen Saqib Mahmood yet. We haven't seen George Balderson, who's bowling well. And Daryl Mitchell will be perhaps licking his lips at a chance to bowl his medium pace on here.
William comes in, big leave again from Lammonby. Ball just coming down that 5th, 6th stump line and bouncing through head height to George Bell. Yeah, I think every seamer will be licking the lips at the moment, want a chance to have a bowl today. But Williams has served very well in these English conditions since Lanc signed him last year, and he just seems to get that little bit of nibble off the English wickets, and has proved a fantastic signing with the dual passport of New Zealand and English. He comes in defended there by Lammonby. It's a great recruit there from Lancashire in Will Williams.
He does exactly what Lancashire need. He's steady. He's no great pace. He'll be late 70s, early 80 mile an hour at best. But even on these really good flat pitches at Old Trafford, when the ball's not seaming around, he is very difficult to get away, very difficult to dominate. He's going round the wicket now.
Comes in round the wicket to Lammonby, defended through to point. Another over bowled by Williams as he's 1 for 5 off his 7 overs. Somerset 19 for 3 off 14 overs.
10 maidens, that shows you how difficult it is to score. 10 byes, so more than half the runs coming as extras. You add a leg bye into that, you can see how difficult it is for the batters.
Yeah, Lancashire won the toss this morning. It was a critical toss to win. Dane Villas chose to bowl, and it's coming through, paying the dividends as they're 19 for 3 as James Anderson comes in to Kohler Cadmore, who advances and front foot defences.
Well, there you are. That's indicative of the way I think he's going to play. I mean, there was a little shimmy and a big stride. Good luck against Jimmy. Good luck if that's the way you want to play.
Bazball meets James Anderson,
yeah,
right back at him.
I'm not sure it's the best way to play him on a shirt front, but on a pitch that's starting to or not starting, but he's doing a bit.
Anderson into Cola Cadmore, leaves this ball as James bowls it a little bit wider, that 6/7 stump line, trying to entice Cola Cadmore. Fields, they have got a big slip cordon. They've got 3 in the slips and a gully and a leg slip. And on the offside, there's just Dane Villas in at mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. So lots of space available for Tom Cola Cadmore to be enticed into as James Anderson comes in. Big drive and miss. Went through Cola Cadmore's gate and just missed the leg stump. Hands on heads in the slip cordon. I don't think anyone can believe it that it's missed all 3.
Well, this is where he says the slips, get ready, keep watching, lads, because there's one going to come and it's going to come quickly. And it might be even worth their while giving themselves half a pace.
I know, I do wonder whether you step back one with the pace that Cola Cadmore swings his bat through the air off James Anderson's bowling. He's just asking mid-on to take a few steps back as he knows that he's going to swipe the next one through. So Anderson comes in, bowls a bit shorter, guided through to third. So Croft runs after it, easily come back for 2.
Well, it's good batting from Cola Cadmore because this approach has just made Jimmy Anderson pull his length back a fraction, and that was shorter ball. He's not bowled too many short deliveries, don't need to, but the batter has made him do that, and he's got off the mark with 2 behind square.
Would you change your plan here to James Anderson, to Tom Cola Cadmore? Anderson comes in, fuller delivery, big leave there from Cola Cadmore. Or do you keep bowling that consistent business area that he's been hitting? Are you going to try and bowl that shorter or fuller, try and entice Cola Cadmore, do you think?
No, I don't. I think he'll just, what he should do is just stick to bowling his good full length. I mean, there's already been a play and a miss, a couple of play and misses.
Anderson in, big drive, ends up being a tickle through to point as he mistimes that drive, does Cola Cadmore.
Well, again, indicative of how Jimmy should continue to bowl. That was a big inside edge onto pad, very nearly getting through the gap. Done that earlier in the over as well, as the ball flew through to George Bell behind the stumps. But he'll continue to be aggressive. Just be interesting to see how Dane Villas handles his bowlers now. Jimmy's bowled an 8-over spell, which is a long one. I would think that'll be enough. So perhaps expect Saqib Mahmood to come on for a spell, or the beginning of a spell from the James Anderson end next over. It may be that George Balderson comes into the attack. Depends which end Saqib really fancies, I think.
Williams in, and big leave there from Lammonby, who's 3 from 47 deliveries. That just shows the graft that's being put in at the moment from Lammonby to stay out there. Somerset 21 for 3 off 15 overs. Like we say, Anderson have bowled an 8-over spell, 5 maidens, 5 runs for 2 wickets. And Williams into his 8th over, 5 maidens, 5 runs for 1 wicket. Williams in, front foot defence from Lammonby. Still doesn't look comfortable though, does he, Lammonby out there, despite facing 48 deliveries?
Well, I don't think it's the sort of conditions where as a batsman you never really feel in. He'll be trying to dig in, which he is doing, and he's done really well. He's batted for 64 minutes now for his 3. He'll be hoping that after an hour and a half, this pitch will just start to get a little bit easier to bat on.
Williams in left from Lammonby as Bell rolls over the ball to take that as it keeps swinging from 5th stump line through to 6th, 7th stump line.
Yeah, it's good. He's bowling wide on the return crease, Will Williams, now. Right now he's going round the wicket, but he's still getting the ball to shape away from the left-handed Lammonby. Quite markedly as well, a little bit through the air and then carrying on off the pitch.
With that supporting it is his slip cordon with 5 slips in, waiting for that edge from Lammonby. It's Williams in, through to Bell.
Left the ball well, Lammonby, generally. He really has. So plenty of discipline required if you're batting this morning. Oh, Lanky's out, look. School kids' day today. Hundreds of boys and girls, primary school age generally, here at Emirates Old Trafford this morning.
Yeah, there's a great atmosphere at the ground today and quite a lot in as well. Looking over at the pavilion, there's a lot of seats full today. Williams in, tickled to the leg side for 1 run. He creeps up to 4 runs, does Lammonby. Somerset 22 for 3. That's over bowled by Williams. Just trying to have a look now whether Jimmy stays on for another over and takes a 9th, or if there's a change. Oh no, sorry, 1 left, 2 left in the over. I've advanced the over way quicker than has actually happened. Just looking at the field here for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. There's 3 slips and a gully, point. Sort of a catching mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg as William comes in wide of the crease. Big leave there from Tom Kohler-Cadmore as he advances the ball.
Everything's a bit extravagant, isn't it, at the moment? That was an exaggerated lunge and leave from Kohler-Cadmore as the ball leapt past him and George Bell took it at head height. I think we're going to have Saqib Mahmood, aren't we?
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a change from the James Anderson end here. Saqib Mahmood hands his hat to the umpire, take his jumper off, and we'll see a change of bowling here. So Anderson, 8 overs, 2 wickets, 5 maidens for 5 runs. An excellent spell from James Anderson. Another masterclass as he takes the ball for the Red Rose. He's been impeccable this county championship and just shows how excellent and in form he is for the Ashes. There's a lot of talk about his age, how long will he keep going, but when you look at him amongst the English bowlers, he's just world class, and if you didn't know his age, you'd think he'd had years and years in him. A very promising bowler in Saqib Mahmood as well. Come back from injury last year in his 2nd game for Lancs here. So he comes in from the James Anderson end. Defended into mid-wicket by Lammonby. Direct hit, but he comfortably made his ground.
Now this will be a tester for Saqib. He's not had an awful lot of bowling so far this summer. And that's generally his length, just nudged away onto the leg side first ball by Lammonby to pick up a single.
The conditions are in his favour at the moment as long as he hits
but he needs,
those.
I think he needs to bowl probably a foot fuller than he normally does to take full stock of these.
Into Kohler-Cadmore, big leave again from Kohler-Cadmore. Quite a comfortable leave there. Yeah, I think he played 1 second team game on his return and then has played now his 2nd first class game for Lancashire.
And obviously in England selectors' eyes to see how he's getting on, how he's returning from fitness, from injury rather, and well, there's a direct compare and contrast, isn't there, here with England's finest
Mahmood, and back foot punch there from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. It trickles away to the boundary for 4. And the ball delivered slightly shorter than there from Mahmood. Really simple back foot punch where the offside is almost completely open there for Tom Kohler-Cadmore to take advantage of. Like you say there, the length, too short to create any sort of trouble, really.
Length is your key. Perhaps even more so than line in these conditions.
Much better length there from Mahmood. As Tom Kohler-Cadmore guides that through the leg side for 1 run. It's just bowling a little fraction short here. We've seen how successful James Anderson has been. Will Williams bowling that fuller length, really trying to get the batters on the front foot driving, and with that extra time and that shorter length, 2 quite simple shots there from Tom Kohler-Cadmore to take the Somerset score up to 28 for 3 from 16.4 overs. As Mahmood comes in, defended by Tom Lammonby. Better areas there from Mahmood.
Yeah, well, we've got to give him a couple of overs just to get into the groove, into the swing of things, work things out for himself, especially with so little cricket under his belt so far this summer.
You can't buy time out in the middle as well. It's bowling out in the middle that really helps groove the rhythm. As Mahmood comes into Lammonby, fuller left, and that trickles away for 4 more byes. The movement off the pitch just keeps swinging, and Bell mistimes that and goes through his gloves for 4 byes. That's the end of Mahmood's first over. Somerset 32 for 3 off 17.
Phoebe just leaving the commentary box. She'll have another spell a little bit later on. And Scott's arrived.
Hey, Paul.
Hello. Yeah, that wasn't a great over, that, from Lancashire's perspective. A little bit short from Mahmood, and more byes. Poor old George Bell will be feeling it at the moment. Yeah. He'll be fretting and worrying. He's got to try and put all that to the back of his mind, realise that it's difficult. Not only is it difficult to bat, it's very difficult to keep wicket on, and the ball is swinging and seaming and continuing to swing when it's gone past the bat, and it's George Balderson now.
Yeah, and that's flicked away by Kohler-Cadmore down to Mahmood. Fine leg for a single. So Balderson for the first time in the morning. 33. He seems a bit wrong to be. It's not even being critical, it's just being observational. But when Somerset are 33 for 3, there's elements of being a little bit untidy at times. But Lancs have reduced him to 33 for 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, 14 byes is not good, is it? But, you know, young keeper, very inexperienced, these conditions.
Balderson over the wicket. Left by Lammonby, being taken by Bell.
A couple of drop catches as well, or hard chances, or one particularly hard. But I think, you know, in these conditions, with the pitch offering help and the cloud conditions and the quality of bowling, the ball's going to go past the bat frequently. You're going to get chances. You keep making chances, and this will continue most of the day, I would think.
Here comes Balderson again. That's punched through mid-on by Lammonby. Nice timing. Anderson with the dive. I think he may have just got a little bit of something on it. Williams just catch up with the ball. Lammonby comes back and runs 2, so he moves on to 6. 35 for 3. It's an innings of real discipline, a touch of good fortune along the way, but as you just highlighted, Paul, conditions are pretty favourable for the bowlers. But for Lammonby, 6 from 56, he's batted for an hour and 15 minutes. He's doing all he can for his team here. He's leaving this delivery through to Bell, no run.
This is a key time for Lancashire, actually, because we know of the qualities of Anderson and Williams, and they've exploited the conditions and bowled true to type. Now, Mahmood with very little bowling under his belt this year, and Balderson, who's bowled well but is still young and relatively inexperienced. It's how these two bowl together now that will...
Forward because Lammonby in defence, no run.
It'll be key for Lancashire in this morning session. You know, what was it, 12 for 3? Yeah, 12 for 3. It's now 35 for 3. I know that Glen Chappell will be sitting on the balcony wanting 6 down at lunch when you've got 3 down in the first hour.
Final ball of Balderson's first over. It's full and wide. It shapes back in as it's taken by Bell away to his right hand side, and there is no run. That's the end of the over.
I've got to go now, have I, Scott? Thanks. No, it's been nice. We'll see you later.
Cheeky you are. Come in and criticise my... I've done a rota today. Thank you, Paul. I've done a rota today because we've got a good, strong squad to choose from. And all I've had is stick all morning for this. I tell you, there's no feel for producers across the country. Put a rota together and everyone criticises it. Oh, I'm only on there, I'm only on there. 35 for 3. And we've got about 45 minutes until we get to lunch. Here comes Mahmood. Balls to Colin Cadmore. It's pushed into the offside and there's no run. Callum Flynn, who was with us for the Surrey match, captain of England's PD cricket team, is alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Callum. You well?
Yeah, good afternoon. Really well. Nice little period for Lancashire. Just like you say, the 2 change-ups now in Mahmood and Balderson just need to get into it, keep the pressure on, I'd say, but just really interested to watch 2 batsmen with 2 completely different plans, you'd say.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to watch how Colin Cadmore kind of negotiates this 40 minutes or so up to lunch. Mahmood balls to him. That's a good ball that beats him. 3 to Bell, no run.
I suppose before, as they say, Bazball started, you'd probably look at what Cadmore's doing now, wouldn't you? And you'd be like, what's he doing? But now I suppose it's just a counter-attacking game that a lot of people are adapting, and we're kind of used to it, you'd say. And that's his game. He's just playing to his game plan and his own strengths. There's no point maybe playing that longer defensive innings when one might have his name on it.
Mahmood sets it again. Over number 2 this for him. It'll step down the pitch, actually. Colin Cadmore. Ball loops away into the onside. But Hannon picks it up. Little inside edge onto his thigh pad, so has to readjust the thigh pad. Colin Cadmore moves on to 9. 36 for 3 now. Halfway through the 19th over. How much is it? I mean, obviously you've been playing every week. How much is it filtering down, this idea of a new approach at the very top of the game by England? Is it filtering right the way down the game?
I think it is, especially kids cricket.
Right.
I mean, the amount of cricket that you see on telly these days, the IPL, etc.
There's Mahmood to Lammonby. It's left, taken by Bell, no run.
I think all kids want to replicate what they're seeing the heroes doing, kind of thing, on the telly. And even in coaching, I mean, I'm on a level 3 coaching course now, and just the coaching handbook's completely gone out the window, more or less. And it's all about just letting the players kind of explore and see what's possible, and yeah, just let them go at it and find their own way. But yeah, even in club cricket, you see people adapting, going hard at it early on, which is good to see. Like you say, it's developing the game.
Lammonby waits for Mahmood and rocks back, tries to pull the ball. He's bottom edged it and squirts away into the offside, but he just sat up there for Lammonby. Quite fancied taking that on, just couldn't quite middle it.
Quite a bit of a challenge here for Mahmood, because you'd say it's not his natural length that probably Lancashire want him to hit. It's probably more just a bit of a hit the deck bowler, get it jagging off the seam. When Lancashire probably just looking for him to get Laramby and Cadmore on the front foot a little bit more.
Final ball of the over, number 19 of the Somerset first innings. It's left by Laramby again. That just shapes back in, doesn't it? Bell, the keeper, having to dance a couple of paces to his right-hand side. He's only a young man, George Bell. He's a very fine player and a very promising wicket-keeper batter for Lancashire. I reckon this has probably been one of his toughest sessions of cricket so far. The ball is moving around a lot. There's edges flying here, there and everywhere. You keep into one of the game's greats. There's a lot for him to think about. Yeah.
It's a complete different contrast to the Surrey wicket as well, isn't it? Where I think we noted a few times at Surrey the first game where it probably wasn't getting above knee height for the wicket keepers, whereas now he's probably taking everything above probably chest height.
36 for 3. Corley Cadmore on 9 not out. Oh, and he's pushing forward at Balderson's first delivery. Ball snakes away past the edge and into the gloves of Bell. I mean, they mentioned the movement through the air. Corley Cadmore looking to try and get down the pitch to the ball. We'll try and take a little bit of that away from the equation.
Such a talented player, Balderson. I really like him ever since he came on the scene. Calling Will Williams number 2, really. Will Williams Jr. as a bowler. He just puts it on that spot.
It's driven. It's a no ball. It's a handsome looking shot. It's 4 runs. Umpire spins round to signal to the scorer as a no ball as well. Just overstepping George Balderson. Thumped firmly down the ground by Tom Corley Cadmore. He moves on to 13. Score moves on to 42 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot straight down the ground. Probably the first real shot that anyone's really middled today. There's not been many boundaries off the bat. I think maybe 3, 4.
Right arm over the wicket and bowls. It's down the leg side to Corley Cadmore against an extravagant looking shot, stepping forward and across his stumps, trying to flick it down to fine leg. Just the 2 boundaries. That was just the second boundary of the morning. Yeah, both off Corley Cadmore.
I think this is going to be the battle where the game, where Somerset could probably not gain control again, but gaining a little bit of pressure, ease it off.
In comes Balderson, 3 slips in a gully. He's defended to mid-on, no run.
I think it's mainly because of Balderson's pace. Cadmore will be thinking he's not the quickest, so even if he does drop it short, I think Cadmore will be fancying his chances to not get beaten by pace. So he'll just be looking to kind of move down the crease a lot, and which you see he's done a few times already this over, to try and put him off that length.
13 not out, Corley Cadmore. Balderson in again, full of ball. It's driven firmly. Mahmood mid-off fields, no run. Well, you can tell by the way that Corley Cadmore's trying to play Balderson here. Even in defence, he's trying to be positive, isn't he? Trying to use his feet, use the crease, use the pitch, get down the pitch towards the bowler.
Yeah, just really trying to take that swing out as well, that movement. And then he's probably hoping Balderson drops it short, and he's trying to force that length change.
Again. Oh, that's flashed away down towards third man. It's not where he's aiming for. He's trying to waft it away through the onside. It comes off a thickish edge, squirts down to third man. No wonder there's a little cheeky smile on his face as he gets the third boundary of the innings. Perhaps the most streakiest one so far, 46 for 3. Well, they all count, don't they? But quite where he was aiming for.
Yeah, I thought this might happen pretty soon. George Bell looks like he's going to come up to the stumps. I think Will Williams has just run off for an helmet for him.
Yeah, there's which has been the desire of the batter to try and bat out the crease and get out the crease, get nearer to the pitch of the ball, try and negate a bit of that swing. George Bell pops the helmet on and will go crouching behind the stumps. That will just keep the batter a little bit more grounded. Final ball of the over. It's driven into the onside. Williams chases after that, down towards the boundary, couple of bounces. Doesn't quite reach the rope. Colin Cadmore comes back for 2. Well, I mean, there's certainly elements of risk to his approach, but he's got a couple more. 48 for 3. Colin Cadmore moves on to 19 from 25 balls faced. Over 20 overs of the Somerset first innings. They've lost 3 wickets, but they've got themselves through some good batting and a bit of good fortune along the way. A partnership currently worth 36 runs.
Yeah, the way he plays is very risk and reward, isn't it? He's going to take the risk, and every now and again it potentially might look ugly, but in terms of reward, he's getting the bowlers now to hit different lengths, and preferably the lengths that the bowlers don't really want to bowl, and that Cadmore's forcing them to make that change, which is more suited to sort of playing the ball a bit more easy, you would say.
He's quite an intriguing little half an hour or so this now, isn't it? Especially with the way that Colin Cadmore's trying to be positive. Lammonby's shown unbelievable amounts of discipline and patience and judgment and resistance. But with Williams and Anderson at least done for the time being, there's a chance where Somerset will try and think they can strike back a little bit. Mahmood to Lammonby off the back foot and driven away through the vacant cover region for 4 runs. Moves up to 10, eventually into double figures.
Probably safe shot of the day. It was a lovely shot, just on the back foot, waited perfectly and timed it lovely through the covers.
He stood there and admired that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
Not the biggest boundaries today, so run away quite comfortably.
Brings up the 50 that as well for Somerset. 52 for 3. Reminder, 12 for 3. After the first hour or so of play, now 52 for 3.
Like you say about this next half an hour, I think Lancashire will be very happy, even at lunch, if they took 3 wickets, but I think they'll also be disappointed if they didn't take more than 3 with the start they had.
Mahmood bowls over the wicket to Lammonby, left, and taken by Bell. No run. Well, Paul Allett was saying that Glenn Chappell would be wanting them 6 down at lunch, having had them 3 down inside the first hour.
I think Somerset would be the happiest if they went into lunch 3 down, especially after the first 20-30 minutes. Would certainly be happy with the recovery if they made it to 1 o'clock with 3, just 3 down.
Wickets of Stephen Davis for 4, Tom Abel for 1, and George Bartlett for 0. 2 for Anderson, 1 for Williams. It's left alone by Lammonby. Taken by George Bell. With the gloves again. He's had the gloves all season, George Bell. 65 balls faced for Lammonby for his 10 runs. 52 for 3. Mahmood's first game back for Lancashire since the trip to Taunton a few weeks ago. So just his second match of the season so far, as he tries to build up his fitness and get back to kind of full bowling fitness after a horrible last 18 months or so. Lammonby defends to point. No run.
And it's like Paul and Phoebe were saying before regarding Mahmood, you've got to give him a couple of overs to get into it. I mean, he would have been bowling plenty of overs in the indoor nets, like just before April, when he was getting back to fitness, but it's totally different when you're out there on a field. You know, the indoor nets doesn't play anything like the wickets that they play on. So he would just probably be hitting a solid back of length indoor, whereas outdoor you've got to push it up that little bit further. So
he's steaming his way back in again, bowls another ball of decent length. He's pushed that one fuller, but wide of off stump, left by Lammonby again. Thuds into the gloves of George Bell. 52 for 3.
Going back to George Bell, I'm glad they've stuck with him. I'm glad they give him his chance at the start of the year, because there's a lot of hype about him, and at the end of last year, the way he came on and just took the game to the bowlers when he got his chance. He's a really good prospect for Lancashire.
Final ball for Mahmood's 3rd over. It beats Lammonby. And taken by Bell, and Wells at first slip. Can't believe that didn't just glance past the edge of the bat. So 52 for 3. We've had 21 overs. We've got half an hour to go before we get to lunch on this first day. Lammonby on 10, Colin Cadmore on 19. Callum, a few more words from you as we head towards the final half an hour of the afternoon session, and then you'll be joined by Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Somerset just turning the tide a little bit, just putting the pressure back on Lancashire's bowlers since the 2 changes. Anderson and Williams just doing what they typically do, keep it tight and real put the pressure on. So there's a bit of pressure on Balderson and Mahmood here now, just to keep that pressure and force for Lancashire, and not allow Somerset just to get off after this brilliant start.
Well, Tom Kohler-Cadmore is intent on counter-attack. That's the way he plays. He doesn't like to be dominated by bowlers. He likes to dominate the bowling. And if he gets away with it, it'll be a notable effort and very entertaining too. It's Balderson in and bowls to him, and he tucks this away into the onside just for a single.
I mean, that's his 26th ball faced, and if you look at the field changes already,
I was just about to say that.
For anyone listening, just deep square leg and deep fine leg went out then, and we've only now got 1 slip and 1 gully against Cadmore, which at 50 for 3 you'd be wondering why there's not more slippers, but that's what a counter-attacking innings kind of does, putting the pressure back on.
Here's Balderson to Lammonby, full of length, and Lammonby resists the temptation to go for a big drive. Lammonby 10 runs off 69 balls. Tom Kohler-Cadmore 20 runs off 26.
A real different contrast of innings.
But I mean, Lammonby is a stroke maker. He plays in the 100 here for Manchester Originals. He doesn't play very often, but he certainly has done. Balderson in and bowls, and just plays this with soft hands, bat angled down. Picked up at mid-on by Mahmood. Children keeping up a cheerful cacophony away down to our left. They've still got Lanky down there. No, Lanky's gone.
Yeah, Lanky's gone back in, and maybe a bit too cold for Lanky now.
The Lancashire mascot, the giraffe. This is defended by Lammonby. He's got plenty of patience, as well as plenty of shots when he chooses to unfurl them, but for the moment his priority is survival, get through to lunch without any further damage.
It's quite clear to see how more settled he looks now. Like you say, he's faced 70 balls, might not be scoring at a quick rate, but he's really doing a job for Somerset, digging in.
Balderson round the wicket to Lammonby, and this is a drive. He did take the bait on that occasion. The ball rather squirted off the outside part of the bat, safely enough out into the offside, and he takes a single, moves on to 11, 54 for 3.
Here's where the field scatters now. Cadmore back on strike, so we've got deep fine leg and deep square. Stephen Croft going out to deep square leg.
Yeah.
2 slips, 1 gully with George Bell stood up.
Balderson then to Kohler-Cadmore. Well, he's beaten outside the off stump. Nice neat glove work as well from George Bell. Because Lancashire have seen Kohler-Cadmore force Somerset before, because in the match down at Taunton a couple of weeks ago, Somerset then were reduced to 24 for 3, and Kohler-Cadmore came in and counter-attacked and made 38 off 40 deliveries with 6 fours and a 6, and it sort of almost knocked the stuffing out of the Lancashire attack and paved the way then for a very big partnership, 245 partnership between Tom Abel and James Root, both of whom made centuries. But it was Kohler-Cadmore who set the ball rolling. Here we got Mahmood into Lammonby outside the off stump. Get quite sharp away movement off the seam, but starting too wide.
Mahmood's just finding his length a little bit more now, just pushing it a little bit fuller. Not as short, and just trying to entice that drive from Lammonby. He's got a big area through the covers, just to tease him. And I think he's coming round the wicket now, Mahmood.
Yeah. Mahmood didn't bowl all that well down at Taunton. He got 0 for 49 in the second innings and just the 1 for 70 in the first. He's in now to Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby happy enough to let it go through to wicketkeeper George Bell. Good toss to win this morning for Lancashire. And Somerset could be in even deeper trouble if Lancashire hadn't put down 3 catches in the first half dozen overs.
I think it was Lammonby twice, was it?
Yep, Lammonby twice in the slips. Yep. Mahmood then. Tall. Plenty of hair. And this is turned into the onside by Lammonby. They'll think about coming back for a second run, but they'll decide not to, as it's fielded by Will Williams out where near the square leg umpire.
Again, Mahmood just dropping a little bit short there, a bit more. You can tell how more comfortable the batters look when it's just dropped short of a length. They just look a lot more at ease with the ball. When it's a lot fuller, you're starting to see them outside edges, inside edges, the ball moving around still. So
he's got a fine head of hair as Mahmood, and a very smartly, neatly trimmed beard to go with it. He's into Kola Cadmore, who shapes to play an aggressive shot, but just adjusts at the last moment. I think that ball was a bit too quick. He's just looking to the heavens there, Kola Cadmore. But he's not going to let the bowlers dominate. Going to put the pressure back on.
Deep square leg has gone out as well to Mahmood here with deep fine leg, so maybe deploy the odd short ball here and there.
Well, if he bowls short, Kola Cadmore will take it on. It's not the longest boundary on that side of the ground. Mahmood in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Kola Cadmore flicks at it in the hope that he might just get a little bit of bat on it and it'll run away down to the fine leg boundary, but he doesn't. Decent crowd in here at Old Trafford.
Like you say, with the Children's Day as well, primary school day, making lots of noise. I think they peaked a bit too soon before, though. There was lots of chanting before 11 o'clock before the players even get out there.
Lancashire. Yes. But they're still going. They're obviously enjoying their day. And why not? Better than sitting in some stuffy classroom. Mahmood in and bowls and beats Kola Cadmore with a good one. Good one. He wasn't playing an aggressive shot there. He was just groping for that outside the off stump, and a little bit of away movement off the seam beat his outside edge. So that's the end of the 23rd over. 55 for 3, which represents quite a recovery from 12 for 3, which is what it was.
Yeah, there's partnership 43 now, like you say, 2 complete different contrasting innings, but just turning the tide a little bit into Somerset. I won't say favour right now, but certainly easing the pressure off and getting themselves in a bit more of a better position.
Do pitches here at Old Trafford, do they tend to deteriorate as the match wears on, or do they get flatter?
I'd say they certainly spin more.
Balderson in and bowls,
but I'd certainly say they're still very batter friendly. I think if they can get through to this afternoon, they'll really reap the rewards of the hard work that they've done. The spinners will certainly come into it more day 3 and 4. It's always been a bit of a spin, more of a spin-friendly wicket than most in England.
Yeah. Well, Jack Leach will be looking forward to bowling on it.
Certainly, and same with Tom Hartley as well. I'll be surprised if we see much of him today with the ball swinging around, but later on in the day he might bowl a few.
Here comes George Balderson again in and bowls, and Lammonby just plays inside the line of that ball going through to Bell outside his off stump.
It's one of them where as a fielder you kind of think he's played and miss it, but as a batter you think he knows what he's doing and just played inside the line. You get a bit excited as a fielder, but really he's in control.
3 slips and a gully, the close catches. So Lancashire attacking Lammonby. Ooh, and that was a good ball. It was floated up outside the off stump as if to say, have a drive at this.
He's certainly not in control of that one.
He did have a drive at it, and he didn't get very close to it at all. But, yeah.
That's certainly the area that Lancashire's keep needing to putting the ball in.
Yeah.
OK, you might concede the odd 4 here and there, especially the way Cadmore's playing, but it's your highest percentage chance of getting a breakthrough.
Balderson in and bowls, and Lammonby this time lets that go through. I think all 3 of the wickets that have fallen have been when the bowlers pitched right up.
Yeah, definitely, and I think is it 4 boundaries now? Most of them are short balls. I think there's only been 1 that was a leading edge off Cadmore that was a bit fuller. So if you're looking at the stats, you know, putting it in that drivable area is certainly a riskier shot for a batsman and more rewarding for a bowler.
Here's Balderson in and bowls again. That was too wide and not quite full enough to tempt Lammonby into playing the off drive. Lancashire inviting him to play that shot with just the mid-off and cover point on the offside, so there's a big gap through the covers for Lammonby to target if he's brave enough or foolish enough to do so.
2 Kiwi debutants today. I think Matt Henry will be looking forward to having a ball in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, maybe. Yeah, Matt Henry for Somerset. This is turned into the onside. Daryl Mitchell for Lancashire. Daryl Mitchell, who hasn't had anything to do so far. He's been fielding at second slip, and the catches chances have gone to either first or third. 1 to first slip, where it was put down by Luke Wells, and 2 to third slip, Tom Hartley, who missed 1 and caught 1. End of the over, 55 for 3, 12 to Lammonby, 20 to Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Really looking forward to seeing Mitchell in the county game. I think he's had a fantastic breakthrough couple of years, you'd say, with New Zealand. He's been absolutely outstanding, one of their best performers, especially in high pressure situations. So I think he'll be a really good signing for Lancashire, and I think he'll go down well with the Lancashire faithful.
Mahmood to bowl another over from the Anderson end. There in bowls, and this is driven by Kohler-Cadmore, but not timed as well as he would have liked, and it's picked up by Dane Villas at a shortish mid-off position. 3 slips in a gully for Mahmood to Kohler-Cadmore, and we have got a long leg and a deep mid-wicket for the aerial onside shots that Kohler-Cadmore plays, and usually plays pretty well. Mahmood in bowls to him, and this time gets a good one and defends it with a high left elbow, accepted fashion. You say you're going down to play against the Army at the weekend, Khan?
Yeah, got an England PD game, so we'll play 2 T20s versus the Army. Some of our tougher opponents, actually, throughout the season that we play, our friendlies in the UK. They're really fit and strong, obviously, against us. Physical disability lads, it's a bit of a challenge, but it's a challenge that we love taking on because it's a really good test for ourselves.
Mahmood from the Anderson end in a bowls and driven, but cut off at mid-odd by Jimmy Anderson. Where are you playing those?
So we're due to play at Aldershot, but I think it might be being moved to Tidworth, where I think they've got like an army base down there.
They have, yeah, big army base.
Yeah, and we've played cricket there before, actually, a really big ground, and the worst thing about it is if someone hits a 4 or a 6, the ball carries on going for another 20-30 yards because there's no fence or anything around, so you've got to travel even further to get the ball back.
Yeah. Mahmood then to Kohler-Cadmore. Oh, it bowls a short one, and it's too short.
I'm surprised that's not been given wide, actually.
Too short. Even Kohler-Cadmore decided against having a go at that. It was well over his head.
I think that's the first real short ball of intent we've seen today, which does say a lot about Somerset's rebuild and how they have shifted the mindset of the Lancashire bowlers at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we've got about 15 minutes to go only before lunch. Saqib Mahmood in past umpire. Long bowled! Cadmore down, the Kohler Cadmore down the pitch. Big swing, loses his leg stump. That's the 4th Somerset wicket to go down. 55 for 4. Well, if you live by the sword, sometimes you die by the sword. And that was the fate of Tom Kohler Cadmore, giving Mahmood the charge and paying the price.
And that's what we were saying before about keep hitting them lengths, the dangerous area, the corridor, because that's where you're going to get your chances. Okay, you might hit 1 or 2 fours, but you're certainly going to get more rewarding. Certainly going to get more rewards if you keep putting it in that area.
Well, Kohler Cadmore sort of looks wearily to the heavens as Callum makes way for Phoebe Graham, and I think if he tried to hit that straight down the ground, he might have been more successful. He was coming down and giving Mahmood the charge and looking to hit him over wide mid-on. But big wicket, Phoebe.
It is indeed. And Kohler Cadmore has a certain style of play that can accelerate the score at this stage. They were 55 for 3, and if he'd have just continued in the same pace, could have really helped Somerset there. But
well, that's the way he plays.
It's the way he plays, and it gives opportunities. And I think you always know you're in with an opportunity when you're playing against Tom Kohler Cadmore, despite him being an excellent talent.
Well, the new batsman is James Rue, who's having a good season amongst the Somerset batsmen, as opposed to the Somerset bowlers stroke all-rounders. He tops the run scoring charts with 316 at 45.14 per innings, with a best of 117, which of course was against Lancashire down at Taunton a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he looks a very mature talent for his age and has played some exceptional knocks for Somerset this year already.
Mahmood in and bowls, and Rue plays slightly hurried defensive shot, but he keeps it out. And success for Saqib Mahmood. He has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. The wicket in that over of Tom Kohler Cadmore, clean bowled for 20. It's I don't know what the average crowd here is at Old Trafford, but I think this is, there must be a couple of thousand here, I'd think.
Yeah, it's a nice atmosphere as well with the Kids' Day. There's plenty of young kids coming to watch today.
Balderson in bowls, and Lammonby hanging in there grimly. He's on 12 from 83 deliveries.
Yeah, he's certainly done a job this morning as Lammonby. 25 overs in and he's still there, doing a real shift, taking a lot of pressure from the Lancs bowling attack, who've been on the money consistently, really. I think it's credit to him to still be out there off the 82 balls.
Balderson in and bowls, and that's driven back past him. Not sure if he got a hand to it. They pick up a single. Not even sure if it was bump ball or not. I'm not seeing a replay which suggests it probably was a bump ball. Hit it hard into the ground, it bounced up, and Balderson couldn't make the stop for the run to Lammonby, who's on to 13. Tom Lammonby's problem is that he'll battle away for a couple of hours and get 20 or 30 as Balderson's in and bowls to Rue, and then he'll try to start playing his shots and get himself out.
Well, he has got a completely different style of play, hasn't he?
He has.
His T20 format.
Yeah,
I think his average in first class is 28 versus 20 in T20 cricket, but the strike rate between the two formats, he goes from a 40 strike rate to 150. So he's got different gears. It's just how he finds a way to make his way through the gears versus going from first to fifth so quickly.
Balderson to Rue, lets that go. It's a no ball. So 2 runs.
Excellent leave as well. It pitches fourth stump and just misses the top of off, coming into the bat by an inch or two. Yeah. It really was excellently left, and his 3rd delivery from Rue. I'm not sure he should be leaving those, but
I just think with Tom Lammonby that maybe he could take a bit of a leaf out of Tom Kohler-Cadmore's book. Oh, taken on the pad. I think he may have got his pad outside off stump. Not out, says Tom Lungley. Not out.
Looked a convincing call from here.
I think it might have gone on to hit the stumps, but I think he probably just got his...
I think there was a little bit of bat involved, because it was...
We haven't seen a replay.
Hit him flush in the middle of the knee there, so he took a front foot defensive, so I think some bat just clipped onto his pad there to prevent him from being sent back to the dressing room.
Balderson again and bowls to Rue, who fences at that outside the off stump. Lifting delivery from Balderson. There's plenty of life in this pitch.
Yeah, with Kohler-Cadmore, as the summer develops and we get into June, July, and the wickets become flatter and faster, I think his style of play will come into its own, and you'll see him scoring a lot more runs for Somerset. But at the moment, with that little bit of nibble, it's like you say, trying to find a way.
Balderson bowls outside the off stump. Yeah, it's a high risk approach, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and trying to find a way to survive.
End of the over, 58 for 4. We've had 26 overs. We'll probably get another, certainly 2, possibly 3 in before the lunch interval. And a tweet from David Wilson says, divided loyalty today. I live in Taunton behind the ground in the grounds by the museum, but spend most of my time in Manchester. Member of both clubs, heading down at lunch to enjoy some first-class cricket. Here comes Mahmood into Lammonby, who chases after one outside the off-stump. Fortunately for him, that's the sort of shot I was talking about. He's been battling away there for 83 deliveries. He's built a platform for his innings. And then he'll play a shot like that. Yeah,
very, very expansive off-drive, but has been lured into it really by Mahmood, who's bowled a really, really wide delivery, probably knowing that that is what Lammonby will do at this stage of the game.
Here comes Mahmood in and bowls, and this is played off the hip by Lammonby down to fine leg, and it disappears beneath us as George Balderson does the fielding, and good piece of fielding it was too, saving his side 2 runs. They come back for the second, 60 for 4. Jambo on Twitter says, did you get to the bottom of which pub Bumble was talking about? I missed the end of the conversation. I'm not sure we did, actually, Jambo. I mean, the 2 pubs nearest the ground at Taunton are the Princess Royal, which was in the old days a bit of a cider pub, and the Ring of Bells, which is it's a beer pub now, real ale pub. Mahmood in and bowls and beats Lammonby outside the off stump with a really good one. So I think it might have been the Royal Ashton, or the pub that is now called something else that was called the Star, which is down near the station. But we will explore the possibilities further when Bumble comes back to the microphone. Happy memories of evenings out in Taunton long ago. 60 for 4 under cloudy skies, but no threat of rain at the moment, although they did speak of showers on the weather forecast this morning. Mahmood in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Lammonby. You can almost feel the relief as that one evaded mid-off and ran away to the long-off boundary. Nicely timed shot. Yeah,
beautiful shot there from Lammonby. He's just over-pitched it slightly as Mahmood, and Lammonby's been able to go from a solid base and push his hands through the ball, through mid-off. Very textbook shot.
It's very controlled, wasn't it?
Exceptionally controlled, yeah.
It wasn't a sort of wild swish at the ball or anything like that.
And he knows that he needs to get that length slightly fuller, does Mahmood at the moment, with these conditions. That's what's caused the problems. That's what's brought the slip cordon into play. But the danger there is that it can turn into a half volley every now and then. So Mahmood is looking to bowl that fuller length.
64 for 4, Mahmood to Lammonby, and oh dear, from the sublime to the ridiculous.
Entice those drives, which Lammonby has been enticed in a drive where it's been probably 7th, 8th stump line. Really shouldn't have played at it. On 19 off 88 delivery, put in such a shift and could have got out to a very silly shot, really.
It was a sort of nondescript waft at the ball, wasn't it? So Mahmood, last ball of the 27th over, bowling to Lammonby. There in bowls, and Lammonby this time. A model forward defensive shot up to Anderson at mid-off. 64 for 4 is the score.
So have you been impressed with Rue this year and how he's gone about his innings?
Yes, I mean, he really came of age as a cricketer at Southport last season, when he got 70 in the first innings and a really gritty 40 odd in the second innings, and he went on to get his first 100 at Chelmsford against Essex. That was in the following week, and he spent the winter out in Australia playing grade cricket. As he's on strike now to Balderson, turns us away into the onside for possibly they'll settle for a single. 65 for 4, and I think he's really matured during the winter. He's grown an inch and a half.
He's only 19, isn't he? So,
and he's a sort of understated batsman he keeps the scoreboard ticking over, but he's a sort of no frills player. This is punched in through the offside by Lammonby, but it'll just be a single. Lammonby on to 20 with that single, and they all say, the coaches all say, he's got a very old head on young shoulders.
Yeah,
he doesn't get phased by difficult situations. He'll go out there and he'll play his game. He and Tom Kohler-Cadmore put a very good partnership together, as this is turned by Rue down to long leg for a single. 67 for 4. It was a very interesting contrast in style, with Kohler-Cadmore, playing all his shots and hitting sixes and goodness knows what else, and James Rue just content just to,
just nurdling it around.
Manoeuvre it around.
Perfect partner in crime by the sounds of it.
Gives Kohler-Cadmore as much of the strike as possible. Balderson in and bowls to Lammonby, who I think he probably played inside the line.
I think nothing beats those types of partnerships where you've got someone that can read the game and get their partner on strike, who's going at an outrageous strike rate in this sort of format. Because if Tom Kohler-Cadmore's watching for 6 balls, that can play into the way he plays.
He'll get impatient and then play the wrong shot. That's a good ball from Balderson. Squirts off the outside edge of Tom Lammonby's bat, played with soft hands out to backward point, and there's no run.
Bowling well here is Balderson, just 23 from his 5.5 overs, but hasn't yet to pick up a wicket. He's hitting good areas.
He's in and bowls to Lammonby, who turns this away up to wide mid-on, and there won't be a run. It's the end of the over, and there will be one more, I think, before lunch. George Balderson has taken 8 wickets so far this season at a cost of 27.75. Jimmy Anderson has now equalled Tom Bailey as leading wicket taker with 16 apiece. Those two Andersons have come very, very cheaply.
Yeah, Bailey obviously being rotated today. They've got an exceptional seam attack of Lancashire. The choices of Bailey and Wood being sat out today, I don't think many teams across the county championship would have either of those bowlers sat out, but you've got Mahmood, Anderson, Will William, who's bowled exceptionally well, and Balderson, who is obviously a brilliant batter. So tough selection meetings for Lancashire.
Well, Somerset are resting 2 international quick bowlers for this game. Lewis Gregory, who's played one-day internationals for England, and of course Peter Siddle.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Hartley's going to bowl an exploratory over with his slow left arm from the Anderson end. Last over before lunch, just to see if there's any turn. That's driven up to Anderson at
They seem to do this a lot, just 1 over before tea, just to see what's happening, test the conditions so they can have a good chat about it over lunch.
Bohannon going in under the helmet at forward short leg. Luke Wells at slip. We've got a short mid-wicket as well. Hartley to the left-handed Ruse, back on his stumps, just watching that go through into George Bell's gloves.
Just the one spinner in the attack for Lancashire today, and Tom Hartley.
Hartley's in and bowls, and Ruse stretching right forward. 67 for 4, 3 balls to go before the lunch interval. Hartley bowls, tosses this one up, and Rue not to be tempted. Just plays it defensively. Somerset lost the wickets this morning of Stephen Davis, caught in the slips off Jimmy Anderson by Tom Hartley. For 4, Tom Abel, LBW to Anderson for just 1, and George Bartlett, LBW to Anderson without scoring, as that's played square of the wicket out to Mahmood. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the 4th man to go after a brief counter-attack, losing his middle stump, his leg stump rather, as this is played into the offside to a ball from Saqib Mahmood. And that concludes proceedings for this morning. 67 for 4, Davis gone for 4, Abel for 1, Bartlett without scoring, Kohler-Cadmore for 20. The star of the show here at Old Trafford this morning, as so often, Jimmy Anderson. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 8 overs, 5 runs, 2 wickets, 2 for 5 in 8 overs. The other wicket takers, Will Williams, 1 for 5, and Saqib Mahmood, 1 for 18. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
David.
Side 12 behind the rope. Good enough, Tom Hartley. Good enough, Lancashire. That has gone a long way.
Boy, what a striker of a ball he is.
Salt has held that one away. Parkinson has his man. Oh yes, he's going to enjoy that.
Oh, what a beauty!
Good afternoon and welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. We're at lunch on day one of the LV County Championship match between Lancashire and Somerset. Lancashire won the toss before play, obviously, and put Somerset into bat. Very interesting morning session, and Somerset finishing on 67 for 4. David Lloyd is alongside me. David, it's 67 for 4, but it could be 50 for 8, really.
Yeah, it could be. I just wonder what Lancashire will be like in that changing room right now. Was it an okay morning? They dropped 3 catches, quite straightforward, except for the third one, a cotton ball to Jimmy Anderson. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. But you've got to bowl a line and a length on this pitch and you will get reward. Aim at the stumps, aim at the pad, and you'll take wickets. But apart from Anderson, we're just a little bit below par, I would say, as a bowling unit.
Well, Williams did well. I mean,
he did, but I just thought there should have been more penetration. Balderson, okay. I think they'll be saying we can do better. We've got better than that. And you would expect Anderson, having bowled 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5, would start again, get your best bowlers on after a break.
Williams 8 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 5. Yeah. But you say you want to. He's not going to bowl with any more pace though, because that's what he does.
No, I'm not bothered about pace. I just thought that it could have been more accurate. And they would probably say that they'll give themselves a 7 out of 10. Let's see if we can get up to 9 out of 10. Hard work batting out there. When you look at 10 overs, 11 on the board, and the way that modern Test match cricket is played, look at England, get after it, go try and disturb them. I wonder if that would have been a better way. Would you have got more than 50 odd for 4?
Well, maybe. I mean, Tom Kohler-Cadmore tried to play that way for Somerset, didn't he? He shifted a lot of air, didn't he?
Yeah, and furniture. The leg stump went straight out the ground. Yeah. Always a thrilling sight. But that's. They would say that's the way that he plays. He's an aggressive player. He just picked the wrong ball.
Gutsy from Lammonby, though, to be still there, 20 not out after 2 hours.
Well, it's one of those great things when you come onto commentary for half an hour, and Tom Lammonby, when I call, he's 2 not out, and when I left, he's 2 not out. So he's stuck in there.
Well, let's have a look at the wickets then that fell this morning, David. 4 of them on the screen now. Jimmy Anderson, the first one.
Yeah, and that's a catch to third slip. It's very comfortable height. You want them just there, about waist height, and it slots straight in. Anderson again. I just mentioned on commentary that the umpire, Nigel Long, has given that before Anderson has finished the appeal. It's plumb.
It was plumb. And then we've also got the other wickets that fell as well. So I think we should look at those. That's
Tom Kohler-Cadmore with the stump straight. Look where the stump is.
Yeah.
It's gone flying out of the ground. And he came flying down the pitch to hit it over to the football ground. Pick the wrong ball.
But you could say that about him, the way he played his innings, because it was obvious. You look at the way Bartlett got out, LBW, stuck on the crease. And as soon as Kohler-Cadmore came in, he was at it down the pitch with a big stride.
Yeah, he's a busy player and a notable T20 player. And he would see that situation. I'm going to try and wrest the initiative. You know, if you just keep staying in there against Anderson and Williams and so on, all the rest of them, they'll get you out. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore, I have no problem with that. Right, I'll try and be aggressive. He maybe picked the wrong ball and the stumps fly out the ground. But I'm all for that I'm going to try and get a few before he gets me. To
a degree, that may just have upset Mahmood and Balderson in the way they bowled. I thought they bowled just a little bit too short.
Yeah,
there'll be an arm round the shoulder and a word in the dressing room to them, I would think.
Yeah, but again, we've both been in. The lads themselves will say that, you know, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. I'll get it right and do better in this afternoon session, because conditions are exactly the same. I don't think it's going to change, although they're saying we may get some rain later in the afternoon. But it's perfect conditions. It's sultry, there's no wind, it's overcast, there's a bit of dampness in the pitch. It'll do a bit. Yeah,
I was going to ask you about the conditions. I agree with you. I don't think they're going to change. A little bit of pace in the pitch as well.
And again, you lick your lips and think, well, I'd like to see somebody rapid, some fast bowler who can really hurt you and bang the ball in. You always, whatever it is, and I know that the weather here at Old Trafford hasn't been terrific, you'll always get a very interesting, fair cricket pitch.
David, thanks very much. Umpires are out in the middle. Just having a look at footholds, I think, with Luke Wood, who's not playing in this match today. But umpires are out, which signals obviously time for the players to move out into the middle. And Somerset will resume on 67 for 4, and we can join Scott Reed.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, welcome back to the commentary box for listeners on the BBC Sport website and app. Rejoining us as well, ball-by-ball commentary of every single county championship game, One Day Cup and T20 Blast fixture by the BBC Sport website and app. And there's been quite a bit of rain around, actually, and we've been quite fortunate to dodge it, which is great. Players are mooching back out to the middle after a little bit of lunch. And as Paul and Bubba were saying there on Wanks TV, a really intriguing morning session. Callum Flynn is alongside me for the first half an hour or so of the afternoon session. Good afternoon, Callum. Have you dined well at lunch?
Yeah, fish and chips.
Oh, happy days.
Not really getting better as a cricket tea, is it? Well, cricket lunch, should I say.
Did you go for the curry sauce?
Yeah.
Got to do it, yeah.
Yeah, you can't not.
No. You can't.
It's disappointing if you don't.
What a really intriguing morning, though. 67 for 4. I mean, obviously, Lancashire have enjoyed the morning. I get that. They're on top, aren't they? But just one or two elements of that morning session. Perhaps, certainly the way that Lammonby's batted. He's batted with a great deal of patience, hasn't he? And a great deal of kind of care and attention, too.
Yeah, it sounds odd, but that wicket in terms of Cole Cadmo just before lunch was a massive wicket, you'd say. I mean, Lancashire would have still been well clearly on top going into lunch, even at 3 down, but that wicket's just kept the pressure on and just stunted Somerset back, and with Lannonby not exactly getting going yet, kind of puts a stop to Somerset's scoring, depending how Rue plays here.
Well, Rue's not been unfamiliar with good scores and good partnerships against Lancashire in this season and last, and that's cut away down towards third man for 4 runs. So the afternoon session up and running in the most emphatic style. Bit of width there, wasn't there? And he jumped right into it.
Yeah, I think Will Williams might have had the curry sauce on his fish and chips as well with that one. That might be a sign of the way Lannonby's going to play now. He might have had a chat with the coaching staff, and he might just say a bit more an aggressive style might be the way to go, because the way the ball's moving, one ball's going to have your name on it, looking the way the morning's gone.
Yeah, certainly did plenty through the course of that morning session. Again, that shapes away from Lammonby. It's left, taken by Bell. So the 3 slip fielders there, Wells, Mitchell and Hartley. And then we've got Stephen Croft at gully. Bohannon is at point, Villas at mid-off, Anderson at mid-on. We're missing Mahmood, he's at fine leg, and Balderson's at mid-wicket to complete the fielding positions. We've got Will Williams from the Brian Statham end, so he's running up towards the old pavilion. And he's around the wicket and left alone again by Lammonby. Taken nicely by George Bell, who had a busy morning.
Yeah, there's quite a few extras, but with the way the ball was moving, you can't exactly blame George Bell and said he's had a bad morning. No, he's just, we know what keeping in England's like. It wobbles. It tends to wobble even more after the stump. So tricky morning, but he's such a good wicket keeper. He's so easy on the eye, technically gifted.
I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago at Chelmsford. There's Williams balls again, that just leaves Lammonby through to the keeper, no run. And he got runs actually in the game against Essex at Chelmsford, George Bell. I think he got a 60. And I spoke to him after that match and said, what was it like? First game of the season, you got the gloves against Surrey, and he must have been thrilled to be given the chance. And he admitted that he was more nervous keeping to Jimmy Anderson on the first game of the season than he was when he came out to bat. And he came out to bat against Essex with a team about 50 for 5 or something like that. Williams to Lammonby, defended to mid-on, no run, but the prospect of keeping wicket to Jimmy Anderson, he admitted, left him slightly nervous.
Can't blame him, to be honest. I bet Jimmy's not spoken to Tom Hartley yet since the since them drop catches at the start of the day.
Yeah, Lammonby put down twice, wasn't he, in the first couple of overs this morning?
Yeah, he'll want to make the most of that, won't he? He's spent a lot of time out there, and he's been very calm and assertive so far.
Final ball of the first over after lunch. it was a tighter ball on off stump, and Lammonby plays forward and that just sneaks away past the edge of the bat and taken by Bell. So end of the over, 4 runs off it, which was the first ball actually post lunch. Chopped down towards third man by Lammonby, so he's 24. Rue on 2, and it will be James Anderson to get us going from the James Anderson end, the old pavilion end. So his opening spell wasn't half bad, was it?
No, I think it was 2 for 5 off 8 overs.
That's right.
If I'm right.
Yeah, 2 for 5, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5.
It's not bad, is it, I suppose?
What an absolute luxury that Lancashire have had, that they've had him for 4 successive
4 on
games.
the bounce now, yeah. I think they've got such a good balance to the attack, Lancashire, as well.
Rue's on strike. Anderson around the wicket. Eased away off the front foot to Villas at mid-off, no run.
You've got 3 really good new ball bowlers in Anderson, Williams and Tom Bailey. And then you've got people like Sak Mahmood and Luke Wood following it up. Just adding that extra zip and that extra pace. You know, and then flatter wickets, try and create something. I think it's a really well-balanced attack, and the bowling's probably kept him in a lot of games this year so far, you'd say.
So we've got some good bowlers on show, haven't we, in this game on both sides. Anderson to Rue. It's defended to mid-wicket. There's no run. Somerset boosted by the inclusion of their new signing, Matt Henry. Craig Overton's back fit. Casey Aldridge, I thought, bowled really nicely in the game at Taunton a few weeks back, and then you've got England's kind of premier spinner in Jack Leach as well.
It's going to be, like you say, Matt Henry. I think he's going to be looking forward to bowl. Bit of zip, bit of carry as well, but he also moves the ball so well in the air.
Yeah, looks like a very strong signing that for Somerset. See him a little bit later on. Anderson to Rue. That's driven through point for 4 runs and towards the advertising boards. Rue moves on to 6. Score now moves on to 75 for 4.
I don't think he'll mind that at all, will he, James Anderson? He's put it in the area where it's just a risky shot, even though probably just a bit over pitch. It's still the way the ball's moving. It is still a risky shot, but played it really nicely, James Rue.
They've got cover open. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off. Anderson started shuffling his way in and then slowly came to a grinding halt. Still wandering back to his mark. I wasn't sure whether or not he would play this week because, of course, the game at Nottingham only finished on Sunday.
Yeah, quick turnaround.
It is, yeah. But there's a decent break for him now before the first Test match. It's turned to mid-wicket, or to square leg actually by Rue. Mahmood is chasing after it. And he doesn't quite pick it up cleanly, but they're always coming back for 2 anyway.
His hunger and desire to improve at his age is incredible, isn't it? You see him on these on the telly when they do these analyst sessions, and he's still constantly searching for new techniques and new balls that he can provide with, and it's incredible his motivation to keep succeeding.
Around the wicket to Rue, that's left. There was last week that Trent Bridge we were waiting actually from the first ball of the match. We're having a chat about when would we see Anderson to Broad or Broad to Anderson, and it took until the last hour of the game to see it, and it was Anderson to Broad, and it was a brilliant spell. It was a fantastic little passage of play. Jimmy sent him a bouncer to begin with. And he just stood there and blocked and defended and blocked and defended. It was really absorbing cricket. Rue drives, little edgy.
Well fielded.
Yeah, behind at backward point, away to his right.
Yeah, did you see the social media interaction with Joe Root?
I didn't see this.
So no. He screenshotted the over of Jimmy bowling to Broad.
Right.
And you know how Stuart Broad called himself a Nighthawk this winter? Yeah. I think Joe Root's posted it on social media asking why the Nighthawk was kind of boring and tame in that passage of play. I think he was searching for a little bit of a bite off Broad.
Well, yeah, it was certainly The Nighthawk, if that's what we're saying, was certainly having a bit of a snooze.
I think Jimmy commented with some snoozing emojis on the picture,
right. It's Williams around the wicket, balls left by Lammonby. Bell takes it. By the time he's finished tumbling away, he's gone beyond Mitchell at second slip. Well, it was exactly what was needed for Nottinghamshire. They were back to save the match.
It's really good to see the international players in the county circuit. Like you say, Jimmy, you've got Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad, all these guys just getting into form, hopefully for the Ashes. It makes us for such better games and spectacles for the spectators as well.
Yeah, we've been lucky with that start of the season. We had Anderson to Cook, got him twice in that game at Chelmsford. Williams again, just pushing it forward. That ball does wobble away, taken again by Bell in front of first slip, no run.
Don't fancy Bell's chances against any of them slips. It's a very tall slip cordon. And then you've got George Bell as well in the end.
Yeah.
Just brings the height average down a little bit.
Just a bit, yeah. They're all tall lads, aren't they? Mitchell's on straight in at second slip, the new signing. And he's got the tall figures of Luke Wells and Tom Hartley sandwiched either side. Balls again. Oh, he's just pushing forward, is Lammonby. Ball deflects into the offside. Stifled appeal by Will Williams.
Yeah, more just a little turn and a little question, wasn't it? And the slips are a bit more excited by it than Will Williams. I'm really looking forward to Tom Hartley and seeing how he goes. I mean, personally, I think it's a case of when and not if he gets called up to England. I think we'll see him in some kind of England limited overs squad, hopefully by the end of the year.
Williams just pulls away at the last moment. Something must have just knocked him off his balance and knocked him off his stride. Well, he's certainly had a good impact, hasn't he, with the white ball as well as the red ball.
Yeah, it's the way he's made himself an all-rounder as well. His batting's really dangerous. The way he hits the ball recently, it's incredible. And Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali aren't getting any younger in the England white ball setups.
Williams to Lammonby. That's a forward defensive. There's no run.
So I think this certainly could be a bit of a future for himself in the white ball setups.
I think it'd be interesting to see, and I agree with you. I'm really enjoying watching him play this over the course of this summer, Hartley. But I wonder if in the T20 where he'll bat, and I wonder whether he'll have a bit of a floating role in that Lancashire batting lineup in the T20 Blast.
A bit like a David Willey, weren't it? Like when he used to play for was it Northampton?
No, yeah, he's got bat there as well.
Yeah.
This is left by Lammonby. He just tucks the bat inside the line. It's a lovely leave.
But he could literally bat from 1 to 9, David Willey, couldn't he, when he in the T20 format? And like you say, with Tom Hartley, I mean, Lancashire's T20 team isn't short of hitters at the top of the order, but he could certainly add them like sort of floating free wickets if he goes in and hits you 20 off 10 balls or something. You don't mind. If he loses his wicket, you've got plenty to still come. So
not far away from that all starting, are we? Williams in, completely over.
Yeah, the Roses matches sell out on the first day, did it again?
I would have thought so.
Yeah,
I would have thought so. 77 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford, live on Likes TV and the BBC Sport website and app. I'd say we've been lucky with rain so far, because there's lots of games that haven't got going actually in some cases. I mean, every single match in Division 1 is now rain affected. So there's no play elsewhere in Division 1 of the County Championship. And there's 2 games taking place in Division 2. Anderson starts again, bowls, forward goes Rue in defence, and there is no run. So there has been some play in some of the games. Kent against Hampshire, 56 for 4, Kent. Northamptonshire against Nottinghamshire, Northants are 86 for 2. And Surrey against Middlesex. Middlesex are 111 for 1. So they're the games that have had play, currently being delayed due to rain. There's been nothing at Edgbaston at all. Warwickshire against Essex in Birmingham. going to take a little inspection at 2 o'clock. Anderson in, left by Rue, and taken by Bell, and there's no run.
It's one for the memory books. That it's not often Lancashire in Manchester the only game being played.
No, I know. Pretty lucky there. So nothing between Warwickshire and Essex at Edgbaston, and rain delays across the games in Division 1 post lunch, and Division 2 is not much better. I mean, poor Gloucestershire, they've barely played this season. They've lost the opening day at Derbyshire, no play due to the rain in the match at I think that's it. It's Anderson balls through, that's turned to backward square leg, and he'll come back and run 70 at 9 for 4. It's a Derbyshire against Gloucestershire, no play in Derby.
I don't know what the ground at Derbyshire is like in terms of drainage, but I've seen a picture before and it was pretty flooded.
Okay.
Very, very wet.
And Leicestershire against Sussex have not played there at all today. Another inspection in that game at 2 o'clock. But they are playing between Durham and Yorkshire, and they're playing in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are taking on Worcestershire in Division 2. Anderson to Rue, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Worcestershire are 78 for 7. Goodness. Against Glamorgan. And Yorkshire 82 for 2. So we've been quite lucky. We've had no interruptions. There is a bit of a suggestion we might get a bit of rain later. The radar suggests that it's kind of making its way up the central belt of the country. It's kind of gone through Midlands and is edging just towards Stoke at the minute. There's Anderson to Rue. That's driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Fingers crossed we get a little bit lucky. And we have a clear day. The school kids have been in today, so with all sorts of activities take. Did you see these activities before on your way?
Yeah, they had their
ground?
own little mascot race, didn't they?
Oh,
I think they've got the police, fire engine service, and something else as I was walking past before.
Did you see that climbing frame?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I'm not the best with heights, so I won't be up there.
Anderson to Rue, again that's left, taken by Bell. End of the over, 79 for 4. Lammonby has 24, and Rue's unbeaten on 10. Don't be going out onto the TV gantry in front of us then.
No, I won't be getting too close to that balcony either.
Yeah, that's not for you.
Well, speaking off air, weren't we, about before with how lucky Lancashire fell with Will Williams and was it mid-season last year he arrived?
Yes, he was, yeah.
But he's such a good bowler who's so in control of his line and length. I reckon I could count on one hand how many times he's probably gone over 3 and over in any game for Lancashire.
He's just got this wonderful knack and skill of bowling that delivery, basically, time and time and time again.
It's absolutely perfect for English conditions, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think was he New Zealand born?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's been a real find. I agree entirely with you. I wouldn't suspect he's absolutely rapid, but you don't need to be, do you?
No, not when you can move it that much. And that's what I was saying before in terms of the balance of the attack. When Jimmy goes out, he's your Jimmy.
From the Statham end around the wicket, balls again, brings Lammonby forward in defence.
I mean, I don't want to put that pressure on him of taking the weight of Jimmy on his shoulders, but in terms of the type of bowler and the job that he'll do in terms of restrictions and working out batters and the movement, I think Will Williams ticks all them boxes just as well.
Yeah, I think he's been a super signing. I think your description there, Callum, of being perfect for English conditions is absolutely bob on. He's got this wonderful skill of just putting it there or thereabouts, top of off stump, consistently. And again, left alone by Lammonby. Taken by Bell. And there's no run. Lammonby, 108 balls faced for his 24. He really has been the kind of definition of resistance, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Patience, and he's left beautifully. He's not played at anything that he's not comfortable at playing at. He'll be hoping that a little later in the day he'll get his rewards for this kind of approach he's shown so far. Oh, he's playing and missing from a no ball.
That was normally the famous commentator's curse, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit. Bell takes the catch. Anthony suggesting he knew that it was a no ball. He heard the call from the umpire. So
I think you're exactly right. If you can get through this first 30-40 minutes after lunch, you know, you typically say 3 to 5, 6 o'clock is your best time to bat, and fingers crossed he'll be hoping that he can enjoy it out there.
Williams again. Oh, it's clipped out towards the leg side, not stopped at mid-on by Anderson. And Bohannon comes round to complete the fielding. He played kind of a horizontal bat, didn't he? About waist height, just plenty of wrist on it, just snapping it away to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, he played it really well in the end. And like you say, going back to your point before about Will Williams' pace, I think it's just a lack of pace has allowed him to play that shot.
This is over number 11 for Williams. 1 for 12 with 7 maidens. Rue defends to mid-on, where Anderson fields no run. I guess that's what you want from an attack, don't you? You want that to be kind of relentless. You don't want pressure to be eased when you make a bowling change.
Yeah, I think probably harshly did slightly ease before, but like you say, Mahmood's second game in a long time.
Yep.
And he is still getting back into the swing of things, but he got the big wicket of Cole Cadmore, so he'll be really happy.
Final ball of the over. Here comes Williams for Lancashire balls again. A little bit too wide this time, I think. So Rue plays no shot. Taken by Bell, and that's the end of the over. 82 for 4. 20 minutes of play gone in this afternoon session. Lemmonby on 25, Rue on 10. Callum, a few thoughts from you, and then Anthony will come and join you.
Yeah, just both sides trying to get back into it now after lunch. Jimmy and Will Williams restarting for Lancashire, hoping to pile the pressure back on as they did at the start of the day. Lemmonby and Rue just looking very compact, actually. James Rue looks a really good compact player at the moment and really knows his game.
Anderson comes in to Lemmonby, guided round to square leg. Yeah, Rue's had a really good start to the season. I know one of his biggest fans is just about to join me back on the mic.
Who is? Oh, me?
Yes, you. You're one of Rue's biggest fans, aren't you?
Yes,
how he's
absolutely.
Played this season.
Absolutely.
And young 19-year-old with a mature head on his shoulders and digging deep here as he faces into James Anderson. Sorry, it's Lemmonby facing Anderson, who's 25 off 112 balls.
Yes, it's been a real vigil, hasn't it? Just how many falls has he hit? 3. But he's hung in there.
He has indeed, and these two are creating a bit of a partnership now for Somerset. 82 for 4 from what was quite dire straits this morning. I think they were 14 for 3.
Yes. No, 12 for 3 they were.
12 for 3.
And they could easily have been 12 for 6 because Lancashire put down 3 chances by that stage.
They did indeed. All off the man bowling now, James Anderson.
Well, he dropped one of them himself, so he's only got himself to blame for that one.
A tough caught and bowled. There was one from Wells in first slip down to his left that he dived and missed, and then one straight into Hartley's hands that just bounced out. So Anderson comes in wide of the offside. Easy leave there from Lemmonby.
I do think batting is looking a little less difficult post-lunch. I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's not quite as difficult. The ball isn't seaming around quite as much.
It was quite a minefield earlier. You wouldn't have wanted to go out there and bat. And
no, I felt
Lemmonby looks more settled and comfortable, but even when he'd faced 60 deliveries, the way the ball was moving and shaping, it looked like he could have got a snick at any point. Anderson in, leave again from Lemmonby.
Yeah, I felt really sorry for Steve Davis coming back into the side. He hasn't played since early part of last season, and he finds himself out there under cloudy skies on a seaming pitch against one of the best bowlers has ever played the game.
You've got to take your opportunities there.
Well,
that's cricket, isn't it?
Poor chap. I mean, could not have been a more difficult examination.
No, absolutely not. So Anderson into Lammonby. Front foot punch. Back to mid-off, and that's another over well bowled by James Anderson.
But that's the luck of the draw. I mean, Lammonby was dropped twice, either before he'd scored or he'd only got a handful. And welcome to listeners on BBC Sports Extra. Welcome to Old Trafford. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and we've got Phoebe Graham, who plays for Lancashire Thunder, and Scott Reed will be joining us shortly. We've got a cast of thousands here. We've got Bumble Lloyd and Paul Allott as well, and the captain of the England disability team, Callum Flynn.
We've got quite the team today, don't we?
Here's Will Williams in a bowls to James Rew. Lets that go through to George Bell. That one carrying through at sort of shin height. It's been a little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce in this pitch, and quite a lot of early seam movement. 82 for 4 Somerset are, having been put in this morning. That represents quite a recovery from 12 for 3. And it might even have been worse than that if Lancashire hadn't dropped 3 catches early on. Williams in again and bowls, and has Rew in trouble there, but manages to keep it out and keep it down. Again, a little bit of bounce from Will Williams, who is of New Zealand extraction.
But doesn't class as an overseas player, as he has both a British and New Zealand passport. So right. He's given his cricket up domestically in New Zealand to play out in England, and is from Christchurch, I think, in New Zealand.
That's right.
Bumped into him in the gym in Christchurch when I was out in New Zealand this year.
This is outside the off stump. No shot from James Rew.
And we were doing a pre-warm-up ahead of a Super Smash game, and I thought I really recognise that chap in the gym, but I wasn't sure whether it was Will Williams. And he had a plain white T-shirt on with his lank shorts, so the shorts gave it away. So I went over and said, "Hi Will, it's Phoebe." But yeah, how small world really is the cricket world.
Here's Williams in again, bowls to Rew down the leg side, and I'm not sure if that hit anything. Didn't. It's gone for 4 byes. 86 for 4, and there have been a few byes.
There has. I don't think it's a pleasant total, the byes. There's 16 byes that have gone through today of their 86 runs. Early on it was seaming and swinging a lot, so some were coming through from Anderson on 5th, 6th line, and then moving away that he couldn't quite get his hands to. I wouldn't say it was necessarily sloppy glove work. There have been some really
it's been very tough for him, and
keeping conditions with how much the ball's been seaming and moving around.
He's only 20, is George Bell, and he looks a couple of years younger than that. Here's Williams in to Rew, who might have had a drive at that, but checked any aggressive impulse and contented himself with a forward defensive shot. Yes, Will Williams is 29 and was born in Christchurch, and Matt Henry is 31 and was born in Christchurch, so I guess they might have known each other.
Absolutely, it's a small place, is New Zealand, so everyone seems to know everyone, particularly in the cricket community out there.
Williams in a bowls to Rew, and this rather squirts off the outside part of his bat, running down towards the 3rd man boundary. Balderson retrieves, sends in the return, and they take 2 slightly streaky runs, which take Rew on to 12. 88 for 4. Jimmy Anderson as niggardly as ever in terms of his economy rate. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 13. The evergreen Jimmy Anderson.
He's been brilliant on his return to county championship wickets. He's taken 15 wickets across the 4 games, with this being his 4th game back with Lancashire. And
well, it's a perfect tune-up, isn't it, for England duty?
He's just ready for the Ashes, isn't he, already? Anderson in. Just beats the bat there from Lammonby.
Yeah, not far away from it. Doesn't want to get out now, Tom Lammonby. He's done all the hard work. He's been out there for 117 balls. He's seen the shine off the new ball. This is now in its 37th over, so it should be starting to get a little bit softer. He needs to cash in now, not give it away.
Anderson in, wider delivery, and Lammonby comfortably leaves. And Bell, brilliant foot movement, and takes the ball in front of 2nd or 3rd slip there, the way the ball just kept shaping away from Lammonby, the left-hander. Showing how much swing Anderson's still able to get off this ball, 36 overs old. Anderson in, front foot defence there from Lammonby.
Bowling over the wicket is Jimmy Anderson to the left-hander. You've got Sir Alistair Cook out in the match against Essex, going around the wicket.
I think he got in both innings, didn't he? The international matchup of the 2 greats. Anderson in and left again from Lammonby.
Yeah, he's just angling the ball across the left-hander. He just needs to get one to come back and look for the LBW.
He's just coming round the wicket now, so I wonder whether with that intention to change his angles.
Great minds think alike.
You need to get yourself out there, Anthony.
It's very easy from this distance.
Much easier from the commentary seat as Anderson comes in. Fuller delivery, excellently bowled. As Lammonby plays and misses, and it misses the off stump and the bat and everything in between.
But he had to play at that, though, really, because with Anderson coming around the wicket and bowling from wide of the crease, he's angling it into the left-hander. And he was obviously concerned that if he left it, it might crash into his off stump.
Yeah, when he gets his line right coming over the wicket here, it's a very difficult ball to leave. It's Anderson in, shorter, front foot defensive.
It was well played that last delivery by Lammonby. Again, he had to play it, but he played it with soft hands, didn't find the middle of the bat, but enough bat on it, and he kept it down.
Yeah, excellent over again from James Anderson. 12 overs, 7 runs. Oh no, 12 overs, 7 maidens for 13 runs and 2 wickets.
Good stuff. It's raining over Manchester city centre, away to our right. And I'm hoping that that's not going to come our way, because the flags on top of the pavilion are actually hanging limp at the moment, but they were blowing from left to right, which is west to east. There we are. There's a limp flag on the live stream. It's Williams in and bowls a full length outside the off stump to James Rue, who plays no shot. Those dark grey rain-bearing clouds are just hovering at the moment. Probably it's raining within half a mile or even less than that away to the east. And the light isn't quite as good as it has been.
Yeah, I think the rain clouds are circling Old Trafford at the moment. We're doing reasonably well to stay dry.
Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. Well left by James Rue. No sign of the ground staff at the moment. They'll be studying their rainfall radar apps closely. It's touch and go as to whether that rain's going to reach us or not. Fingers crossed.
Every time I look over to the right and the new hotel development, it's looking in good shape, isn't it, here at Emirates Old Trafford?
It is. 2 hotels. Williams over the wicket to Roux, angling the ball across him, and Roux has nothing to do with it. 88 for 4, 25 to Lammonby, 12 to Roux. Somerset lost the wickets this morning of Davies for 4. Abel for 1, Bartlett for 0, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, after a brief counter-attack, went to hit Saqib Mahmood over wide mid-on. This is down the leg side, nicely taken this time by George Bell, so no byes. Yeah, he gave Mahmood the charge, and instead of trying to hit him down the ground with a straight bat, he tried to hit him over wide mid-on, missed and lost his leg stump.
He's got a certain style of play, has Tom Kohler-Cadmore, which is awesome to watch from a spectator point of view, but sometimes it's been a little reckless in the 4-day game. I think he'll come into his own in the next few weeks, moving into the Vitality Blast comp.
This is defended by Roux out into the offside. Dame Villas picks up Villas, who won the toss this morning. Tom Abel calling wrong. And Villas had absolutely no hesitation in asking Somerset to bat under cloudy skies on a pitch which has got plenty of moisture underneath, as you can see from the dark patches made by the Lancashire bowlers on either side of the stumps at both ends. Williams bowls full of length and well played by James Roux, who did play that with a very straight bat. Good over that from Williams. 13 overs, it was a maiden, 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 14, and Jimmy Anderson 12 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 13. So the 2 Lancashire opening bowlers have bowled 25 overs between them and taken 3 wickets for 27. Not bad.
It's not bad at all, is it? I think that's where the Lancashire team seam attack have just been so economical, as well as threatening for the Somerset bowlers. Doesn't quite have the same movement in the pitch, but the way Anderson is bowling at the moment, and he's coming over the wicket again to Lammonby, poses a threat as he comes in, front foot defends to point and 1 run.
Ooh. If that had hit, it would have been close. There was just a moment's hesitation, bit of a misunderstanding. Lammonby was going to go straight away. James Roux hesitated and belatedly set off, and Roux was the one running to the danger end.
Just been safe by the looks of things.
Just okay, I think.
I think they must have discussed that single option a few overs ago, because they both knew they wanted to go, but there was a hesitation from both Lammonby striking the ball and Roux at the backup bowler's end. Coming back round the wicket is Anderson to Roux. He bowls a beautiful delivery there, nipping the ball away from Roux and just misses the edge of the bat. Could hear the slip cordon gasping as they can't quite believe it's not found an edge there. Another awesome delivery from Anderson. Just feel like you're on repeat, don't you, when you're commentating Anderson bowl? So he comes in again to Roux. Beautiful delivery again, slightly shorter of a length, so doesn't need to play, and watches that go over his off stump.
Still can't make up my mind which way this weather system is coming. It just seems to be creeping over in defiance of the prevailing wind. And it's raining not very far away from us now. And if we do get some rain, I think it'll be quite heavy.
Anderson in, drives, does Roux comfortably to cover.
This is a testing examination of young James Roux. He really first made his mark against Lancashire. That was his first class game for Somerset. He played a game against India the previous season for the County Select 11 up at Chester Street, but Southport last July was his first championship game for Somerset.
Anderson defended to mid-wicket as Rue almost tipples over his bat there as he guides the ball through the leg side. Interesting, Anderson changing his tack here for Rue versus Lammonby, so he's staying over the wicket for Rue, but he's coming round to Lammonby. Obviously wants to draw in the edge and come across Rue as he comes in. Bowls a lovely delivery, cut to point.
He's frustrated, I think it would be fair to say, Jimmy Anderson.
Just not quite had the look that he's deserved really with this spell. 13 overs, 2 for 14 runs, but when we look at the opportunities, he's had 2 drop catches in the slip cordon, a drop caught and bowl, and probably an over full of nicks and snicks that have gone through third man regions, so you can see why he's frustrated, but he's bowled exceptionally well, as it looks like he's just running off the pitch here to...
Just jogging off. I guess that'll be the end of his spell, although he's not got his sweater on. It's not cold here today. It's quite, the atmosphere is quite heavy. Looks like George Balderson is coming back into the attack from this Brian Statham end of the ground. Yes, looking back at that game at Southport last season, in the first innings James Rue made 70. Big partnership with Lewis Goldsworthy, who made his maiden first-class century with 130. Goldsworthy in the squad for this game, but not in the team. Outside the off stump from Balderson to Lammonby. And then in the second innings, after Somerset had lost, they were 75 for 4. He came in and he made 23, which doesn't sound particularly impressive, but he faced 111 balls for his 23 and kept, this is outside the off stump again, Jack Morley, who was bowling very well into the footmarks outside the left-handed James Rue's off stump, and he gave him a torrid time, but again Rue really hung in there and saw Somerset a long way towards safety. So he's a gritty performer, is James Rue.
I think that's definitely what I've noticed through watching him this season.
Williams in again and bowls, and Lammonby forward in defence.
Is that he's got a lot of grit and determination, and he's able to soak up pressure in that middle order phase. And I guess how Somerset have gone, they haven't had any excellent starts. I think the strongest first run partnership has been 49 runs, that he's had to have come in and played this anchor role, which seems to suit him very well.
Williams bowls, and this is played into the offside by Tom Lammonby.
I think you were saying last game when Tom Cadmore scored 130, he actually played that lovely supporting role to be able to get him on strike and rotate the strike. So I think he's a really handy player to have in that middle order, that often the unsung hero really that plays that sort of role.
Williams in and bowls, long way outside off stump, no shot from Tom Lammonby. And he's a very good wicketkeeper as well. Very neat and tidy. Although he did miss a stumping in the Northants' second innings on Sunday when Somerset were pressing for victory. Here's Balderson in and bowls. Ooh, and gets that one just to bounce a little bit more, and taken high on the bat by Tom Lammonby, but again Lammonby with the bat angled down, playing with soft hands, keeps it out. Runs still hard to come by, just 22 since lunch, and that's 43 minutes since lunch. But Somerset have not lost a wicket in those 43 minutes, 89 for 4.
The last wicket was in the 24th over, and Somerset were 55 for 4. So it's been a reasonable 34-run partnership. But I think the biggest thing is the amount of time that they've actually batted together, which has been 16 overs, an hour of play, and it's just absorbed a lot of pressure. It's changed the momentum shift here, and you can see them building a partnership here despite them still having Anderson on to bowl. He'll be coming in to bowl his 14th here, that's really trying to build that pressure and create that breakthrough wicket into Lammonby.
Floodlights coming on as the big mass of dark grey rain-bearing cloud drifts ever closer. I don't think we're going to get away with it, particularly as the flags on top of the pavilion are now blowing from east to west.
Over now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So Anderson's sticking to over the wicket to Lammonby here. In and left. Wide of the off stump there. But he was interested for a minute, was Lammonby, and pulled away as it was the danger area, the business area that Anderson bowls so regularly.
He almost didn't take his bat away in time. You do see it quite, it happens from time to time. A batsman are trying to take the bat out of the way and just clips the bottom edge usually.
Did almost look like he was in the slip cordon there doing drills. In and
Shot.
front foot punch for 1 run. Past mid-off. I think it's Villas chasing for this, and it'll be a comfortable 2 in the end. Slightly fuller, so
didn't quite time it, did he? It just didn't, but nice looking shot.
I think it's that tentative nature of knowing there aren't many drivable balls from Anderson, so has he got this right? I think that's where the tentative nature came from there. Anderson in, lovely delivery, front foot punch to mid-off this time.
Good to see James Rew play using a bat made in Somerset as well by the bat makers, whose premises are on the county ground at Taunton. Tenants of the Somerset Cricket Museum, of which I'm a trustee, and very welcome tenants they are too.
Anderson into Rew. Big leave on the offside here. Gone down 6 stump line and a comfortable leave in the end there. Bell working really hard behind the stumps there. Even that, a comfortable leave on the offside. He's had to step across to second slip as the ball keeps shaping and shaping. It's been a tough gig behind the stumps today. Quite a few byes through, but all in the grace of the conditions, I'd say. Anderson in, guided through mid-wicket. No run. End of another good over. 14 overs bowled, 2 for 16 runs, and Somerset are 91 for 4.
Yeah, Lancashire a little bit behind the required over rate. How many did they bowl before lunch? I'm trying to remember. 28, 29, something like that?
Yeah. I think they've only had 1 over of spin with Tom Hartley, just testing the waters before lunch to see if there was any turn or movement, which didn't feel like there was enough to warrant a spell yet. And they're sticking with Balderson at the moment, and Anderson trying to get that breakthrough wicket.
No conversation yet between the umpires about the light. Here's Balderson in a bowls inside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby.
He's getting some nice zip off the pitch, is Balderson. That one just came through past Lammonby's belly button, but felt like it was a reasonable length. It just really sort of shoots off the pitch with Balderson's springy action.
Yeah, it's a good. I think it's a good cricket wicket. This. There is some seam movement for the quicker bowlers, but ball's also coming nicely onto the bat as Balderson is in a bowl, beautifully driven away through extra cover by Tom Lammonby. Just over pitch there, Balderson erring on the right side, keeping the ball up to the bat, but not so much a full length delivery as a half volley, and very handsomely dealt with.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Lammonby. And he's just patiently waited for those sort of deliveries throughout his innings so that he can capitalise on the fuller lengths when the bowlers slightly get it off the mark. But kudos to Lammonby, 30 off 131 balls.
Balderson in and bowls, and this one squirts out into the gully where it's well stopped. We've got a sub-fielder on. Number 12.
Looks like it could
Rob
be
Jones.
Rob Jones, yeah. It is indeed. It looks like he's got a new hairstyle as well. Does Rob Jones? Maybe slightly shorter on the side and then a bit of a mullet look he's got going on for any Rob Jones fans.
Balderson in and bowls. It takes Lammonby on the pad and a stifled appeal.
He's done well with the bat as Rob Jones in the second 11, but it's a hard team to break into. But there'll be a few players searching for runs on the Lancashire team today, including Dane Villas, who will count as one of Lanc's overseas. Colin de Grandhomme on the bench, so this stacked Lancashire squad sort of poses challenges and threats within the team at the moment.
Yeah, Dane Villas only 145 runs in 7 innings, averaging 11.5. This is turned into the onside, but it's another no ball. It's the second no ball that Balderson has produced since lunch, and gifts Somerset 2 runs.
Not sure how long Keaton Jennings is out for, but he went off to such a flying start in the county championship. I think
he played brilliantly down at Taunton for that 189 not out, well, 189 retired hurt, as this is outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby. He was nailed on for another 300, I reckon, if he hadn't gone out then, and Lancashire would probably have scored 700 if not 800 if he hadn't pulled his hamstring.
Almost bashing down Brendan McCullen's door to be in that Ashes squad as well, with the amount of runs that he's been scoring.
Balderson in and bowls, and this is played firmly up to Rob Jones, fielding sub at mid-on. End of that over. 42 overs have gone, 97 for 4, 30 to Lammonby, and 14 to James Rue. And Phoebe Graham is, thank you Phoebe, is going to make way for Callum Flynn. And the rain is still holding off, although the clouds are still looking very threatening. Welcome back, Callum. It's gritty cricket at the moment, attritional stuff.
Yeah, there's no that Bazball in this game at the moment.
Well, Tom Kohler-Cadmore tried it.
Yeah. I've just seen the video back on.
Came rather horribly unstuck in the end.
Yeah, I've just seen the video back on the Twitter feed. It didn't look very pleasing.
It was not a great shot.
No,
not a great shot. Bowling change from the Jimmy Anderson end. The eponymous Jimmy Anderson giving way to Saqib Mahmood, who has picked up a wicket because he got that wicket of Kohler-Cadmore, but he's been the least economical. No, he hasn't. Balderson's been the least economical of the Lancashire bowlers. Mahmood in and bowls outside the off stump and not taken cleanly. There could have been a bye there, but they decided not to risk it. Yes, Mahmood's gone 6 overs, 1 for 18. Balderson 8 overs, none for 29. But Mahmood only going at 3 and Balderson at 3.6, although their economy rates pale in comparison with Jimmy Anderson and Will Williams. Anderson just conceding 16 runs in 14 overs. Mahmood Bowles, and Rue defends, and Williams 14 runs in 13 overs. So economy personified.
James Rue looks a really good player, doesn't he? He looks a really promising player.
I hesitate to say that, because if I say that and he gets out, I get every cricket follower in Somerset piling in on Twitter. So why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say such stupid things? But yeah, he's a good player. Mahmood bowls to Rue outside the off stump. Let's go through to George Bell.
He's definitely looked the most comfortable. He's left really well, played really compact, and not really played anything out of his eye line. Really, he's not really played any loose shots at all.
He's not faultless, James Rue. In the game against Northants, 5 minutes before tea, when he'd got 90, I think it was, he went for a reverse sweep and missed it. This Mahmood in and bowls to Rue, who cuts and doesn't make any contact. Cuts at a ball that was pretty wide. You can see why he went after it.
Yeah.
But his justification when I spoke to him after the game, I said, what was going on with that reverse sweep 5 minutes before he said I wanted to move the game on.
And that's the way these batters think these days, don't they? The way cricket's being played, the reverse sweep's kind of like a natural shot to most batters now.
Absolutely. Mahmood going around the wicket to the left-handed Rue in a bowls, and Rue drives without timing on this occasion up to Villas at mid-off. Just the 2 slips and a gully now. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. Fairly conventional mid-innings field.
Yeah, the ball is starting to do a little bit less, it seems. Like you said before with Phoebe, it does look like it's getting a bit easier to bat on now.
Last ball of the 43rd over. Mahmood in a bowls, and he's doesn't make any contact with that. It's he did. He's gone for 4. Did that go through?
No, I think it went over Luke Wells and Mitchell, which is a good effort with how tall them 2 lads are.
Over Darryl Mitchell. Well, if you're going to slash hard.
Exactly.
And he did, and over the slips it went. But nervous moment there for James Rue. 100 is on the board for Somerset. 101 for 4. Lammonby 30, Rue 18.
Not quite where he wanted it to go, but the ball was certainly there to be flashed at. So he's not exactly played the wrong shot to that one.
Fortune favouring the brave.
Lovely shot.
Pulled away through square leg, short from Balderson, who I think it'd be fair to say has been the least threatening of the Lancashire bowlers.
Yeah, he's picked that up very easily, hasn't he?
For Lammonby, he moves on to 34. It's his 2nd best innings of the season. You've got Balderson and Bowles just driven nicely, but well fielded by Mahmood to his left at mid-on. You've got an important 66 not out in the 2nd innings of the game against Warwickshire, Somerset's first game of the season, with wickets falling all around him. Somerset finishing on 180 for 6. And with Lammonby not out, 66.
Just seen on the other telly that Warwickshire are going to get started, it seems.
Balderson in and bowls, and Lammonby defends. Looks like the sun is shining at Edgbaston.
Doesn't look very promising behind them.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look very promising here either.
No, we've held off so far. Fingers crossed.
We are being encircled by a thick grey cloud, and it's been I think it's been pouring in Manchester city centre for about half an hour. This is driven without timing.
Does look very bleak behind the Jimmy Anderson stand.
Jimmy Anderson end. And it's been creeping up on us. The trouble is, it's moving so slowly that if it does start to rain, it isn't going to stop in a hurry, I fear. Which would be a shame, because this game is nicely poised at the moment. Somerset fighting back after a poor start. This is outside the off stump and left alone by Lammonby. It's a good ball that from Balderson, angled across him, but actually coming back a little bit off the pitch. Lammonby having to concentrate as if his life depended on it. There, he's been given very little in the way of freebies from the Lancashire bowlers. They're pretty much on the spot.
Yeah, Somerset are back well since lunch. 38 for none since lunch in just over 12 overs, I think.
Balderson in and bowls. It's a no ball again.
Bowled quite a few of them today, hasn't he?
He has.
Extra's a second leading run scorer at the moment with 29, I think that is now. Oh, 30.
Yes. There we are, 30, yeah.
Which is quite a lot, really, in a 4-day game.
Well, that's 5 no balls that have been, and I fancy 4 of them Balderson. Here he comes again into bowl to Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby thinks about playing that and decides against it. End of that over, which was the 44th. It's 107 for 4. 34 to Tom Lammonby and 18 to James Rew. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me, Callum Flynn, captain of the England disability team.
I'm wondering if we'll see a change of pace in a moment and maybe Tom Hartley come into the attack, maybe replacing George Balderson. Change it up a little bit and see.
What about your New Zealander?
Yeah, Mitchell, he was warming
bowls
up.
Medium pace, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was warming up before the start of play.
It's Mahmood to bowl another over from the Anderson end, bowling to James Rew, who just checks a defensive shot, plays it firmly out to Stephen Croft at backward point. And there's no run. The school children have gone on their way.
Yeah,
it's not quite so noisy here as it was this morning. They had a great time though, being entertained by Lanky, the Lancashire giraffe.
I wonder who won the mascot race. I missed that.
I didn't. I was having my fish and chips for lunch. Mahmood in a bowls outside the off stump, going straight through. Not much sign of movement off the seam there for Saqib Mahmood. Well, at least here in Lancashire, you don't doubt the type of mascot your mascot is. It's emphatically a giraffe. Whereas in Somerset, it's emphatically a dragon, except the county keeps insisting it's not a dragon, it's a wyvern. But here's Mahmood in and bowls, and that's defended. But Stumpy himself, that is the mascot, insists that he's a dragon. Although he's now been replaced because but they've got a new mascot costume because the dragon one is so cumbersome that poor old Stumpy doesn't stand a chance in the mascot race on finals day for the Blast. So they've got a sort of slimline version now of a mascot costume. Some counties will do anything for glory. Here's Mahmood in and bowls and just angled down into the offside by.
Lanky's always up there, I feel.
He is, yeah.
Am I right in thinking Lanky got injured last year? He did, didn't he?
What, in the race?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear, well, that's very unfortunate. Well, he looked in good form here this morning anyway. And the school children thought he was wonderful.
Good to see lots of children at county championship games.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Watching proper cricket.
Correct.
Mahmood in and bowls. And this is played nicely, square of the wicket on the onside by James Rew. It will be hauled in by Balderson out to deep backward square leg boundary, and they'll take 2 runs to move the score on to 109 for 4. Rew on to 20 from 62 deliveries. Lallenby 34 from 143.
Mahmood just going a bit more back of the length now. It seems that lateral movement has kind of died down a little bit. Hitting the pitch a bit more, maybe looking to scuff that ball up a little bit and see if it reverse swings pretty soon.
Here he comes. It's a very straight approach there and bowls. This again is turned into the onside, but this time can't get it past the fielder at square leg. It's the end of the over. Who was Rob Jones, the substitute? End of the over. 109 for 4, 34 to Lallenby, and 20 to James Rew. And it's still not raining.
No, we've got away with it so far.
Yeah. But the cloud cover is just gradually sort of extending across the ground from the northeast.
I think the workmen will give us a good indication when it does rain, because I think they'll be straight off.
The ground staff appear fairly relaxed.
Yeah, there's no movement yet.
No. Where do they keep the hover cover? Is that
it's
down
right below us?
Yeah. Because that would be the first cover to go on. Rob Jones goes off, and a different subfielder comes on.
Luke Wood, I think. Yep.
Luke Wood. He's got a cap on, otherwise I'd probably recognise him.
I think he was itching.
Ooh, this is a good ball from Balderson, which beats the defensive shot from Tom Lallenby. You can always recognise Luke Wood by his hairstyle. So it's I don't know what they call it, but it's very distinctive. 109 for 4. Scott says it's raining. Balderson in and bowls and beats Lallenby. Well, with rain around, you don't want to get out now, Tom Lallenby.
2 beautiful deliveries from George Balderson there, hitting a lovely length in a bit of shape.
The umpires not actually looking at each other just yet, but I fear it's only a matter of time. I don't think we're going to escape.
Does look to be getting a bit heavier.
Tom Lallenby just pulls away. Some movement down in the
square leg umpire's itching a little bit closer.
Yeah. Ooh,
think they might be
here we go.
talk.
Here we go. I think this will be it. The light isn't great. It is raining. You can see the rain now against the windows of the point. Big conference centre on the far side of the ground, and that will be it for the. That's the hover. I thought it was thunder for a moment. It's the hover cover. So 109 for 4, sounded like Armageddon. 109 for 4, 34 to Lallenby and 20 to Rew. They went into lunch at 67 for 4, so Somerset have added 42.
42.
Since lunch.
It's a nice little rebuild from Somerset since lunch, so they'll be very happy going into this hopefully short rain break, but they'll be really happy of the 2 sides at the moment.
Yep, Somerset fighting back after a pretty disastrous start this morning when they were 12 for 3. Now 109 for 4. We don't know how long this break for rain is going to be. I don't think it's terminal for the day. It's not actually raining very hard at the moment, but we'll close the microphones down for the time being and be back with you just as soon as we have any prospect of resumption.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did, well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I loved doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy, there's a lot of time when you're off as well, and then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you're getting, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either being removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So, from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture, and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things. And that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal? Well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like.
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely. But it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against...
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media. You sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do. How you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that
what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And he got 20-odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokesy sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. Mm. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Broady. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it. You know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It's sent out a message, not only to England, but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played. And it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles. And actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape. And we're in these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because I don't think like that. But what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
Actually.
Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in. and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we'd be like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on. Yeah. Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what any, you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties and in terms of play?
Yeah. But
also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country, because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. But it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. Like Gleeson.
Mm. That's been miraculous the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for, generally. Yeah. It should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. Yeah. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. Or, and a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. Mm-hmm. And to the point even where we've said to them, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something it's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, what do we all think is best for this player? What do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is? and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also members, supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review, and at the moment where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas. But as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually is county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult, and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes. Yeah. So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket
would be the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad, and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, What concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingston, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Moore's captain England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection. Yeah. Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection, and who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this long enough, who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually,
Mo
Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I could speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got
every scout they have.
People around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership. Actually, one thing I think I've got to be. I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's not quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you? The county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go at pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, I've got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, and people, I said, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. As I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, because without that, you haven't got an England team really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. And we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer but as a person as well. What's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newtonley Willows. So I can remember as a 6-7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lymm Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. Still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah.
Purely. So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours. And I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire Schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire Schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire Schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire Schools?
Yeah.
And he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
He was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grattan Hall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, heavy bat and a quick pitch, no, good.
Not good.
Not good. Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used grey nickels in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and hit my fair share of sixes on this ground. Not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard. And that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball. And then latterly, I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realised that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike, though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically, to play in the England side. What was it like?
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word
he
was.
a bit
Yeah,
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home. I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career, and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, "We'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100." And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously over the last 20 years or so, and that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, and I remember that night we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time.
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really,
we weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancashire and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have 2 of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those 2 guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously hard.
Yeah. But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
The first ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it had been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol.
But your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and, you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to what, 98?
10 years. Yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And, you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's make-up, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from 87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through 89, 90. We started in 88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, 86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in 87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormerod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in 87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as 86. And then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second. And I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room. And then, you know, those lads that had played well in 87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in 87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But you know, as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. You know, from the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different, whether it was Grattan Hall under 21s or the World Cup final in 92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in 92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. You know, at that point we played here for 5 years together.
with Neil Fairbrother, recorded some time ago now. No news really here at this Lancashire Somerset fixture. It's still raining, and Somerset are 106 for 4. It's looking likely if it continues to rain, then we may be struggling to get any more play in today, but we'll keep you updated on that. In the meantime, David Lloyd and I are just going to look ahead to what's going to go on in the cricketing world, especially with relation to Lancashire and Emirates Old Trafford over the coming weeks. David, let's start. It's an early start for the T20, which gets underway a week on Saturday at Birmingham, as far as Lancashire are concerned.
And it's called a blast-off. It's a double-header, is that?
That's a good idea.
It is. And when I say it's a double-header, I think Derbyshire are playing there.
Lancashire playing Derby.
Lancashire play Derbyshire, yeah. And then Warwickshire or Birmingham have a game after that. So Yorkshire. It's a double-header. Playing Yorkshire. Oh, my goodness me. What about that? Derbyshire versus Lancashire. Birmingham versus Yorkshire. You're always I'm always looking forward to T20 Blast. I think it's a fantastic competition, and it's found its place in English cricket. It started in 2003, and of course everybody clamours for a finals day ticket. But also here, we've had some super games here at T20, particularly against Yorkshire, and you always know that the ground will be full. It's a sellout, which is great as a player, and we both say that it lifts you, doesn't it? You're playing a ground at its capacity, it lifts you as a player.
Yeah, there is nothing better than a Roses T20 game here at Emirates Old Trafford. It does raise the roof, and the players, Lancashire Lightning last won the T20 in 2015, and I don't think members and supporters feel shortchanged, but they feel as though Lancashire should have and could have gone and on and won it, certainly last summer.
Well, they're always going to be major players, and if you're an opposition team, one of the other counties, you'll be looking at Lancashire, they'll be round about. And so I would have thought that the team itself will be quite frustrated that they've not won it again. But you're always getting asked, who do you think will win? Well, you don't look past Lancashire, really.
No.
And the other thing to always ask, who are your overseas players? Who are your gun signings? So they've gone for experience this time, haven't they?
Well, in Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme, who are here now, and I don't know about you, but when I was playing, and subsequently when I was looking after the Lancashire cricket as director of cricket, I always tried to find an overseas player who was going to be around consistently. I wasn't a great fan of somebody coming in for 4 or 5 weeks and playing, because I think they get, especially here, they get used to the team environment, the meaning of cricket here at Old Trafford and Lancashire. And I think it's a really good move to have these two experienced New Zealanders playing for Lancashire for longer than just 4 or 5 weeks.
And they're proven players.
Yeah.
And both of them have got dual assets. They're going to bat, they're going to bowl, they catch brilliantly. And they're experienced players, and they're a little bit older. But I think that, particularly for Lancashire at this time, is terrific, because you look at the younger players that are around, there should be a good mix and a good gel. And then you look at all the other counties, and you look at Surrey. Surrey are always going to be round about.
You're never going to discount Surrey, are you, at the moment?
But our big rivalry is still Yorkshire. When this is full, sold out, isn't it?
Sold out Friday night, 19th of June, I think.
18,000 on.
Yeah, the temporary stand will be up.
Well, I mean, that temporary stand is
rocking.
It just rocks. And I've had friends who sat right at the back and said it's fantastic. And I remember Aaron Finch playing for Yorkshire and hitting the top of the point 2 in 2 deliveries. The game was on Sky. I mean, that is unbelievable, to hit the top of the point in 2 consecutive deliveries.
Big hitting.
And again, you want to roll the years back and play in that game. Because Adam Lyth will come across with his team, we'll have our team, and they'll go head to head. It'll be fabulous.
I remember Joe Root playing a fantastic innings in a T20. He was a class apart. Lancashire won. Lancashire seemed to win against Yorkshire quite a lot, even at Headingley. But Joe Root was majestic that evening. I think it was 2 years ago when he played really, really well. So we've got to say we fancy Lancashire to get certainly to the final stage, the latter stages of the competition. But it's difficult. Some homegrown talent will start to emerge as well. I'm looking at Tom Hartley and the way he's started this summer, and his batting is becoming a revelation. Scored runs at Trent Bridge last week.
Yeah, and George Balderson, another young lad from Cheadle just up the road, opens the batting, could come on first change and a very useful bowler. So you'll have a mix. And I think for Glenn Chappell has got a really good squad. And you need a squad. You need a squad of players. And you just look at this game here with Jimmy Anderson and Saqib Mahmood, international bowlers, Williams playing, Mitchell playing, and Tom Hartley as your young left-arm spinner. You've got to have a pool of players.
What do you think about Josh Bohannon? We've not really talked about him much today. He's a leading light in 4-day red ball cricket, still churns the runs out. He's averaging over 65 this year already, and scoring quickly. But he's not played very much white ball cricket.
Well, the first time I saw him, I came here, it was second 11 match, and he got 100 in 48 deliveries. And he's a tiny little chap. And we go back to another tiny little chap when I played, Harry Pilling. As brave as a lion. Bohannon, I don't know Josh Bohannon, but he looks to me that he's got great bravery. He's got the skill.
Gutsy, determined.
That's it, and afraid of nothing.
No.
And little guys usually are. You know, they'll punch above their weight. So looking forward to Josh Bohannon. He should have a role to play in every aspect of the game, whether it's white ball cricket or red ball cricket. I think he's got a great future.
The Roses match is sold out, but that shouldn't stop you heading down to Emirates Old Trafford or to Blackpool, where we're playing a couple of games this season, because there is room and it's well worth coming to watch. It's a great competition.
I'm not working on that game, but I'll be asking somebody, please, can I come and work on it at Stanley Park? They'll be hitting it into the zoo. There's a zoo there.
There is. Park. Yeah, over that brick wall. I tell you, and it's a good pitch as well.
Has it changed much? You're changing facilities and so on, or is it just quaint?
It's still a little bit, quaint,
lived in,
and cosy.
Cozy.
I think that's the word.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's we're always welcome there when we go to Blackpool, and they do their very, very best to accommodate us. And the pitches there in the last summer were fantastic, great for one-day cricket.
Well, that's good, because they were always a bit sluggish, the pitches when we played there. There were no real pace in them. So, you know, if they've got improvement there, I mean, I love Blackpool. They go Blackpool Tower. When I was working for Sky, we went up the top of Blackpool Tower. I put a knotted hanky on my head and rolled my trousers up and did Albert and the Lion.
Oh, good
like a Stanley Holloway monologue. I couldn't do it now. I could get halfway through it and then I'd forget it.
Yeah, and you're not so good with heights and speed and ups and downs. So did you get on the Big Dipper or anything like that?
That's not for me. I don't know. You suffer from vertigo? Blackpool Tower. I had to come right back away from the edge. I can't go near the edge of things, but you know, I think a number of people are afflicted with that sort of thing.
Yeah,
I can't go heights.
Talking of going near the edge, we've got one of the best Test match series that the promises to be coming up. The Ashes. England play Australia with the fourth Test of the series here, starting on the 19th of July at Emirates Old Trafford. It's much anticipated. Is this series, as it always is, but even more so because of the way England have started to play and have played over the last 12 months.
Well, the buzzword is a brand of cricket, and now we're seeing Lancashire and England's greatest in this game. Sorry, I'm knocking the screen. Jimmy Anderson. Now, I'm watching, by looking at these streams, I've been watching this afternoon Lancashire playing at Glamorgan. Playing county cricket, Steve Smith playing county cricket. I've noticed the pair of them, whoever's bowling, stand out of the crease. That's preparation for batting against Anderson. Definitely. They're going to look
what,
to
in
batter.
Terms of pace or to nullify his movement?
Nullify movement, because they know that he's going to hit you on the pad. He's done it 2 or 3 times here. And so they'll be saying that if we can get down the pitch, there's half a chance that you won't be LBW. And it's no accident that I've just seen two great players, Smith and Labuschagne, batting out of the crease in county cricket. That'll be in preparation for what they're going to come up against in the Ashes.
A lot of talk about England's pace attack. Yeah. The likes of Jofra Archer and Ollie Stone and Mark Wood, and the fact that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes want 8 bowlers to rotate through. How do you think that's going to go?
Well, they're going to need 8 bowlers, and Australia will be the same because these matches come thick and fast.
But Australia haven't got 8, have they?
No, they haven't. So the games have all finished by August, when the 100 kicks in. And so you look at, I'd be concerned with Archer. He's come back from the IPL and he's got the same injury, and they're going to assess, as they say. I wouldn't be surprised if England lose him. So you come back to Mark Wood for your extreme pace. You look to Ollie Stone, who's a likely lad with a bit of injury, but he too,
raw though, and not very experienced.
But he's got pace. And the other one I think that they'll want is Saqib Mahmood, and so Saqib really has to get some bowling in, to get some bowling, to get some rhythm, to get some pace. But this is going to be such a demanding series on the fast bowlers, and they will win or lose the series. The batters should be able to sail through. That won't matter. You get into a rhythm of batting, but you've got to look after your bowlers because inevitably, as you know, they will get injured.
Talking about people having tough tasks, and the bowlers are obviously one group. I think the selectors might have a bit of an issue as well, picking the batting side for the first Test match. Johnny Bairstow, Player of the Year last year, horrible injury which kept him out for most of the winter. He's back now. And the emergence of Harry Brook has not clouded the issue at all. It's heightened the issue because I don't see how you can leave Brook and Bairstow out. And if you don't do that, somebody's got to go.
Well, there's always that talk about the opening batter, Crawley, who's been short of runs, but he's been backed all the way through, particularly by the coach, Brendan McCullum. You get again to that brand of Cricket England play. Brendan McCullum was asked, and he said straight away that Bairstow comes back in. But he didn't say where he comes back in. And so the speculation at the minute is, will they go absolutely for Brook and say that Bairstow opens the innings and Foulkes continues to keep wicket? But I noticed that Johnny Bairstow played for Yorkshire last week in a county cricket and he batted 7 and he kept wicket. Now I would have thought there'd have been some conversation as to what that's what we would like you to do. So you talk about a conundrum or a dilemma for the selectors to get what he's looking for is balance. Now Johnny Bairstow, let's not forget, is it 10 or 11 international hundreds, Test match hundreds? They ain't going to leave him out. They want him in. You come back to Brook, I think he's a shoe-in. I think he's going to play. Ben Duckett has done nothing wrong. Pope slots in at 3 with an average of low 30s. Root is nailed on number 4. Brook would be 5. Ben Stokes is. I can tell you, Ben Stokes is nearly fully fit. Everybody talks about his knee. He's nearly fully fit at 6, and then your wicket keeper, either or, and you're going to play one spinner, which would be Jack Leach. You'd think that Broad and Anderson would play. Robinson would definitely play, and you've Mark Wood to supplement that. Do you want a bit of extreme pace?
You've missed out your opener. You just went from Duckett to Pope.
Yeah, and so a lad who I think will be in with a shout of playing is Hamid. I think he's a really good player. It was a good move for him to get away from here and to just settle his own career down at Nottingham. And there's nothing wrong with that. When I was involved here, players move. There's and the hierarchy at the club would get a bit twitchy. Oh, he's moved. What if he does? That's fine. If the lad does well, that's absolutely fine, because it gives another opportunity for a player here. Simple as that. And so I think that he's come of age as a player. And the thing that used to frustrate me when I watched him, and I've never had a conversation with him, is that he'd play and miss, and he'd repeat the shot 20 times before the next delivery. Smell the coffee, walk away. Just walk away. Look at the great players. Play the ball, it's gone, it's finished. Get ready for the next one.
Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's gone, finished.
So by the time the Australians get here to Emirates Old Trafford, it'll be the 4th Test match. Mm-hmm. There's an awful lot of talk about how the sides are going to play, and are Australia going to play in the same vein as England? We don't know. We honestly don't know. But I get the feeling that there will be plenty of attacking cricket through those first 3 tests, which means that the 4th test here could be crucial.
The first test is at Edgbaston. That is an England stronghold. They call it the bull ring in the centre of Birmingham, and that is the bull ring at Edgbaston. Raucous atmosphere, and England are comfortable there. England are not comfortable at Lord's. That's the 2nd test match. That test match always raises the opposition. So I think it's imperative that England get off to a great start, and that would be at Edgbaston. And if I looked at the series as a whole, and your heart tells you all along England, and if I had 2 bob to spare, it'd go on Australia.
Because
I'm not absolutely certain about England's top 3.
And you are certain about Australia's bowling resources: Stark, Cummings, Hazelwood.
Yeah, and Neeser.
Lyon.
I think Neeser is a terrific bowler for English conditions. Lyon is a superb bowler, and he will have a lot to say in this series. His batters will get the runs, and he'll occupy one end. So now you're into Shane Warne territory. When you think about, they will have mainly a 4-man attack, 3 seam bowlers, 1 spinner. You've got to disturb the spinner. You've got to get after him so that they have to bowl the seamer. And it was the same with Shane Warne. He was that good. He would occupy one end and be dangerous, and when the pitch started going, he'd cash in and get your wickets. Lyon is exactly the same. Their game plan will be, at some stage, Lyon will hold the end, bowl accurately, go at 2.25 and over. England will have to go after him, get after him. That's where your attacking play will come in.
You've heard it here first. David Lloyd's heart is with England. He's 2 bobs on Australia.
I've only got 2 bob at the minute.
Anyway, David, thanks very much indeed for looking ahead to the cricket here at Lancashire and Emirates Old Trafford through the rest of this summer. That's it from us for now. As I say, we'll keep you updated about prospects of play here in this Lancashire Somerset County Championship match. And for now, that's it from David and myself. Bye.